Hello, 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 and welcome back, everyone. This is the afternoon portion of our show of the Lovable Leader launch event. So, if you don't know what this is or why you're here or why I'm here, I am bringing together amazing people to talk about some of the concepts in the Lovable Leader, which is my book that has just come out. Today is the official launch day. You can pick up your copy on Amazon.com. You can pick it up on Barnes and Nobles. It's on Target online. It's on bookshop.org. Not sure if it's in the Apple bookstore just yet, but on Amazon, you can get it either as a paperback or as a Kindle. The Kindle right now is running for sale at 99 cents. So if you want to pick that up now's the time. That sale is only running probably until another week or so. We're switching the price and bringing it back up to the normal price, but we wanted to run an initial promotion. So if people wanted to pick it up for cheap, they can. If you pick up the book, it would mean an immense amount to me if you left a review. Getting to that 100 review mark is like such a big deal in the world of Amazon. So if you would do me that solid, I'd really appreciate it. I'm going to be putting together a bunch of additional materials for people who buy the book. You'll be able to find them on lovableleader.com. I'm going to put together a book list because I'm a huge fan of reading. And I'm going to put together all the books that I recommend that new leaders check out that'll help you in various different ways. So that's going to be a thing. I'm currently working on a Lovable Leaders conversation guide. And that's going to be something that I think will be really useful for people who have to engage in maybe some difficult conversations. Maybe if they have to deal with some conversations that are not difficult, they're just really exciting and they want to figure out how to frame it and have it get across in the best possible way. So I wanted to make sure that I let you all know about that. So please, if you would, go and pick up your copy if you haven't picked up your copy. And if you're not yet sold on whether or not you should pick up the Lovable Leader, one, listen to all of the guests that we have coming on today. And I'm doing a half day tomorrow from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. I'll have guests. For the rest of the day, there are 6 more speakers that I have lined up. It's going to be awesome. And in terms of setting the context for the afternoon sessions, they're a little bit different than what we did in the morning sessions. So this entire 2-day event has been really deliberately planned in a very particular sequence. So this morning, as you noticed, we covered at the opening, really the context for all of Lovable Leadership is people first leadership. And we heard from Chris Lynn on that. Then we spoke with Jeanette Brany about care, and we looked at the importance of care in all aspects of being a leader, whether it's stemming from and starting from self-care and being curious and investigating in yourself and learning about, your own self-talk so that you can be present and available for your people, but also about how do you show and exhibit care for the people on your team. Then we heard from Robin Dreek, the author of The Code of Trust, and we talked about trust and the importance of trust as one of the pillars of lovable leadership. So we talked about care. We talked about trust, some of the ways that you build trust. I shared with you the 6 steps to sitting on the same side of the table, which is a conversation framework that I think you'll find exceptionally useful in your work as a leader. And then I brought on Jeff Harry, and we talked about psychological safety and the concept of safe travels. That is setting a big, ambitious destination that you're trying to bring your team towards, and then creating the safety that allows us to get there along the way. So that's what the morning was about. Now, what's this afternoon about? Well, we're actually going to dive into the actual skills of leaders. That is, first, I'm going to be talking right up next in just 1 minute. I'm going to be bringing on Angela Chi, and she's going to be coming on to talk about communication. Following her, I'm going to be talking to Mark Pittman about setting goals and about how leaders deal with goals. Then I've got Jess Gangemi coming on to speak about strategy. After I talk about strategy with her, we're going to take a little break, and then I'm going to bring right back to come to talk to Leanne Davey about productive conflict. Following Leanne Davey, I'm going to be talking to Celeste Headley about the concept of balance, and then I will be speaking with George James, Dr. George James, all about self-care. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Angela on, and we're going to talk all about communication. Angela is a communications expert, and she has so much to offer in this conversation. So I'm excited to have her on. Angela, welcome to Lovable Leader launch event.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. What a lineup you have. This is so amazing. Thank you for
Right?
inviting me.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course. I'm so thrilled that you're here. And when it came to thinking about, talking about communication, I mean, you were one of the first people that came to my mind. I thought, well, I need a communications expert. Who should I bring on? Angela. So thank you so much for making the time for me to come and talk about this stuff.
Of course. And I just want to say, I've been on lots of podcasts and lots of interviews, and you were one of the most well-researched, thoughtful interviewee, people that interviewed me. So thank you for always doing that extra work and being empathetic and understanding your audience, all the keys to great communication. But it really stood out to me. And so that's why I'm showing up for you today.
Thank you so much. I work so hard to be a good interviewer, and I
I
think
know
to
you do.
myself, yeah, like I think to myself, I want the people that spare their time for me because I mean, let me a little quick sidebar here.
Yeah.
The whole reason I started podcasting was because I was like, so wait a minute, you're telling me that people will set aside half an hour to an hour to talk to me. I can just get brilliant people to come and talk to me, and they'll just talk to me for free, and I can just ask them anything I want. And somebody was like, "Yeah, well, that's kind of how it works." And I was like, "Well, this is amazing." So I want to make it worth it for the people that are setting aside the time for me. So I always want to make sure that that they feel welcome, that they feel supported, that I'm helping to let their light shine. And then in service of the audience, I think to myself, well, if I can put my guest in the best possible light and let them shine and let their genius come through, then my audience is going to get something from that. So I work really hard at that, and I also just love that I get to meet people and form new connections. Like it's really cool that you and I met, back in kind of like the speaker circle, and then we connected on the podcast, and now we're connected, and you're here
Yeah.
for this, and it's just really exciting.
Yeah, no, I love it. And that's a lesson in communication for those listening is that it shows that you're a really good interviewer. And not everyone is. You can do things halfway, just like a leader. You can do things halfway. You can show up and go, like, oh, I have 5 questions I want to ask, same 5 stock questions. You'll still get an interview, you'll still get a podcast. Just like as a leader, you can show up halfway, you can tell people what to do. You're still a leader, you still have the title. But when you do that extra effort to understand your audience, what they need and what your guest needs, and putting in that extra work that people think is invisible, I believe that it shows. And I believe that's what we're moving towards is the people who put in that extra work like you do, the ones that show up as lovable leaders are going to get the benefit
Thank
for
you.
and
Yeah.
the act of service to contribute too as well.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. And it's honestly why I structured this entire event the way I did, which is I didn't want to bring people like yourself on to talk about my book. I wanted to bring you on to talk about what you're good at, to talk about your area of expertise. So I want to start by reading something from your website to kind of contextualize the conversation we're going to have, because I loved it when I saw it on your website and I was like, this is amazing. So in leadership, communication drives results. Being able to communicate authentically and powerfully can help executives command attention, motivate and inspire people, strengthen relationships, share their vision internally and externally. So in my book, I talk about the spectrum of communication, where on one side you have inform and influence and inspire, and on the other side, confuse and subordinate and demotivate. And you have this depth of expertise in communication, and often cite these kind of 3 elements that people can improve. There's confidence, there's clarity, and there's connection. So talk to us about why these are important for today's leader. Like why do those things matter?
Yeah, I want people to think about, our world is more and more and more, more and more and more, more content, more and more and more. More is not necessarily better. What we really need is deeper connection and connection as humans, with each other, but also as especially important as a leader. Now, how do you get that connection? Now, I believe in order to be really connected, it's really about knowing who you are as well. But number one, it's understanding your audience. Right. So
Yeah.
whenever you're a leader for whatever organization, it's being able, it's said in your book too, being able to put yourself in their shoes. What are their pain points? What do they want? What are they experiencing? What are they going through? To understand them, right? And that's how you create the connection. And also to understand yourself. So a lot of my work, people come to me like, oh, how do I be a better communicator? Which will give some tips and different things. But it's really about understanding who you are. Right. So the process of being you amplified, how do you move people to action if you don't know what you are, what you stand for, and how you want to show up? Right. So yes, it's understanding the people that work with you, work for you, your peers, the people above you, but also understanding who am I, what do I stand for, and how do I want to show up in the world? And that is the connection. Now, the confidence piece is really about owning your voice and your power, to trust that and when you've gone through that process for yourself, you know who you are, what you stand for, and how you want to show up, the confidence will come through because you're embodying who you are. And then clarity, of course, is to be able to communicate your message, your thought, your vision in a way that people can hear you, right? Clarity, you can communicate and you can be clear, but if they can't hear you and internalize it and take that vision, then that's the disconnect. So all those together, clarity, confidence, and communication, it comes from knowing your audience, how to empathize with them and what they need, and also knowing yourself and doing that internal journey for yourself to be you amplified ultimately.
I absolutely love this because, I know you didn't do this intentionally, but this just amplifies and really puts an exclamation point on everything that I discussed this morning with my guests.
Mm.
Starting with the process of introspection and understanding like what's your purpose, what's your goal, what's your mission, what are you after, and looking for that as part of the way that you're going to be able to develop a connection with people. I mean, one of the reasons why I think you and I have, been able to connect so deeply is because we both share a passion for the importance of communication, and we both share a passion for our individual work. And I think we see that in one another, and that helps to create
Mhm.
connection. So you spoke a little bit about empathy. I think there's a lot there about listening to your audience and what they want. But I think you brought up a good point, which is also being curious and listening to yourself about what's important to you so that you can come through in that authentic way that allows you to bring that confidence.
Yes, and that's where it is. It's like when you know who you are, what and sometimes you don't have you've never gone through that process. I mean, the whole process I've discovered you amplified and now working with a lot of executives, they're so busy. They don't have time, right? You have your own tasks. And now you're like in a leadership role where you have to tell other people what to do and make sure they're growing and you don't take the time to really go, what are my core beliefs? Who am I? What do I stand for? How do I want to show up for the company? How do I want to show up for myself? How do I want to show up for my team? And so I think leaders do need to set aside some time. First, get your tasks done. And if there's deadlines, but that self-discovery journey is everyone's going to have to do it on their own time. Sometimes it's the best, professional development journey. If you're an entrepreneur, you start your own company, it's a lot of personal development. If you step into a leadership role, which you've mainly just been a doer versus a leader, you start to, you can do it a piece at a time, but it's so important, that personal journey. But, executives and leaders, sometimes they just don't have time for it, but you have to make the time because it's really important. It's the foundation of everything.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that we're like taking the time to really pause on this point and talk about the introspection work and taking the time to do that work with yourself, because I think that it would be difficult for a leader, especially a new manager, which is again who my book is really designed for, is the new manager who's coming in, they're trying to figure out their way around. To your point, that maybe they were a doer and they got promoted into this new position. And now we're saying, okay, develop connection, build trust, build care,
Yeah, you're
make
like,
it all happen, right? And they're
what
like,
do you
okay,
do?
but like, who am I? Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like, I want to talk to you about like how can you project confidence and how can you make sure that you're more clear? But how can any of that actually happen until you're really clear on what your leadership journey is about and what strengths and weaknesses you bring, because you can't be vulnerable and connect with someone if you haven't done that work.
Yeah. And so on a deeper level, people come to me because they want to give a speech or they want to start doing more videos or they
Yep.
want to show up better at work. And you said the introspection work is like, how do you even start with that? And the first piece is, taking a look at like, what do you actually believe? Like how do you want to show up? Like what do you feel about the company? What do you feel about yourself? What are your core beliefs? So my whole work is about power, presence, and representation. So I'm very clear on what I stand for. But I didn't know that before. I was a TV news anchor. And when I left to start my communication business, I had left the business after my son was born. And I built this business and I started going on TV and doing these interviews. I had a blog called The Zen Mom. I didn't know what I stood for. Didn't matter that I was on TV and a good communicator. I didn't know what, like, I didn't know. And so I wasn't able to communicate my vision, my value, because I didn't know what my vision was. So I kind of took a step back and going, what do I stand for? What do I believe in? And the core that I got to, why my work is so important, is that when there's a roundabout way of answering your question, but I sat down with myself and I go, what is I actually want to do? What do I truly believe in? That really, what gets you upset? What are like some non-negotiables for you? What do you stand for? What are the things that make you go, no, that is not okay? And it doesn't have to be related to your work, but mine was, my parents were Chinese immigrants and their voices got shut down because of circumstance, situation, not because of their personality. And I never want to see someone feel less than or fear that their voice is stifled. And I remember this was 10 years ago and I sat down, I go, what do I believe in? And I believe that everyone has a voice and everyone should not feel less than. And so my mission in my life is to help people own their voice and their power in their personal lives, as well as, to move things forward, the leaders, the thought leaders that are creating change. So I think for an individual, it seems really deep, but it doesn't have to be, there's a process I take people through You Amplified. But for you, if you just have some time, it's really like, what are the things, the through line? You may have different jobs in a different industry, but what's the through line that really drives you? And you always kind of come back to that. So that's like your core belief. And also, and the ways of having that presence. And when you really know kind of what you stand for, that's the deeper foundational work. And I also have some tips if people just want to show up with more presence and communication and clarity. We can talk about that as well. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
kind of like my story of how I got to like, what do I believe in? And really taking that time, all the times where I get upset about things, all the times where I feel like that thing in my gut, it's a through line.
Yeah, it's like I heard someone ask the question, "What moves you?" Right? And when you focus on like, what's the thing that causes you feel the lump in your throat, or like that stirring in your belly, where you're like, that's an injustice that I can't take, or that's a thing that needs to change in the world, or that's a thing that really just excites me and makes me giggle like a kid again. That's a thing that I think is worth looking for. And I recently put together a blog post on my blog
Mm,
about my purpose-driven content strategy. And it's basically the content strategy extension from me discovering what is the purpose? What am I after? What am I trying to do for people? What does my life's work mean? And I think that until you get into like a legacy mindset, like what's the legacy of the work you want to leave behind? It's really difficult to be aligned behind something really big. But I think to your point, sometimes that stops people from trying to find the very first thing that they can get excited about.
yeah.
So they're like, oh, I have to change the world. No, no, no. You just have to
Right.
find the thing that moves you at the start. So I also wanted to take a quick detour because I do want to get all of your tips on clarity and presence and that. But as you were talking about power and purpose and these various things, made me think I want to make sure people know about your podcast, The Power of Only, and how that fits into your story as well. Because I think that that's a really important component to the work that you're doing as well. So can you just give a little pitch for your podcast and what it's about and why you chose to start it? Because I think it dovetails nicely into this.
Yeah. A couple years ago, the Power of the Only, I went to a couple conferences. This is before the pandemic. And I was telling a story about how when I was younger, I was the only this, or I was the only Asian reporter, or I was the only girl in my school that did that. I was the only woman speaker at conferences. And it came to me, it's like, I'm always the only. And studies had come out that when you're the only or the only woman in the room, it's more difficult, right? Your voice gets drowned out. It's harder. And it can be. And it's not just about women. I felt like, when you feel like the only one, like you're the only one, it takes a certain skill set to kind of overcome that. But I've always felt empowered by being the only. Didn't always start off that way, not when I was a little kid, but as I've grown into my leadership. And so I wanted to change the narrative that, yes, it is more difficult, but it is time now for us onlys to step up. I've always felt like the only one. And sometimes there's to see the beauty in that. And yes, it's hard, but to see how the onlys are the ones that are going to create something new. And so when you're on the path of the only, so the power of the only is about bringing it together, thought leaders. I have speakers and authors and, and entertainment. I used to work in the entertainment industry, newscasters, journalists, media people. And my whole focus is helping people own their power, own their voice, and move into their leadership and create something new. But now the leadership, and that's what you're creating too, is that we need to create a new definition of leadership. And by showcasing other onlys, we're creating our own paths, right? I have filmmakers that are doing different things, women, men, people of color, leaders, people that are creating change that feel like they're the only one. And when they're younger, they felt like the only one. And I wanted to find out the through line. Even though you felt like the only one, how did you break through those barriers to get to where you need to be, to get people to think only? And that is eventually it'll be a book, but it's the podcast right now, The Power of the Only. And it's kind of creating, I have 5 principles, but I want to move people to think differently. And in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, same thing that you're doing, we have to create a new mindset, a new shift of what's possible. And it's not the old model of leadership, and it's not the old model, and the onlys will create it.
I
So
love
that's
it.
what my podcast is about.
In terms of this idea of being the only, and I want to stick on that for just a second, because I think one of the things that a lot of new managers may face is when they're on a team, and let's say they're leading a team and they have maybe an only or several onlys.
Hmm.
The job of communication of a leader is to inform, it's to influence, it's to inspire. How do you believe that leaders can create a space that is safe, where there's care, where there's trust, so that people who feel like an only no longer feel necessary? I realize there's power in being the only, but how can we create spaces where they don't feel as if the only is a thing that's separating them, but
Yes.
instead it's something that empowers them, and the environment is one where they feel part of the team? What are some
Yes.
of the things that you think leaders can do to make that environment happen?
Great question. Yeah. And so what I talked about originally was coming from the empowerment standpoint, as we as onlys need to step up with our skill sets and all that. But yes, part 2. So part of my talks is like, how do we become empowered? How do we show, honor our past and honor our future? But as leaders, that may not be the onlys. Maybe they're the, driving the team. You need to see the value in the onlys on your team, right?
Yeah.
For the bigger picture, to kind of, like you said, the listening mode, that, when you do things a traditional way, and also be conscious of your own self-conscious, unconscious biases, and it's not so much as and that allows the freedom in the room for new ideas to come. So the onlys need to own, they have to be confident, clear, and connected. They need to own their own value and show up at the table fully. But sometimes they can't show up at the table fully if the culture is not conducive to that, or if the manager is not conducive to that, right? Sometimes it can be the culture is conducive to it. They're saying, yes, show up as your true self. Yeah, right. When you show up and it gets rejected, right? A lot of times I'll find cultures that are accommodating, but maybe the leader, the person right above them, they'll say like, oh, but my manager won't let me do that, or they don't like that. So then it's the manager. So how can they do that? By really taking a look at, what are the ways that you lead? Who are the people? You're always going to be attracted and inspired by people that are like you sometimes, right? Like, I like go-getter people. If I see them, but there are other people. If you're an extrovert, you like people who are bold and loud and whatever, but introverts can add value too. So it's not just about women or people of color. It's like introverts versus extroverts, a person who's, does things differently than you do, and see the value that they add as a whole to your team, and creating a space where it's not just one way of leading and one way of being. Because, when you're a leader, and the old way of doing it is like, I'm successful, I'm like this, model this. This is the way we need to do our vision plan. This is the way we need to get things done. And if you're a go-getter, you're going to be attracted to those people who do things the way that you do.
Yeah.
But to be a leader with vision, you have to see the value in what everyone at that table brings, and create an environment where maybe someone that isn't only, or doesn't think exactly the way you do, and you don't have to change the way you lead, but you have to be open-minded to new ideas, and maybe start seeing things in a different light, that there is power in being the only one. And there may be some truth to what they're saying, or that adds value that isn't just other people copying the same train of thought. Right. I
Yeah.
would bring things to the table in the newsroom. I would bring things that's like, oh, I never thought about it that way. And you need to have leaders that are willing to listen to those moments, because those are the moments that can actually change your team, create your vision, all kinds of things. So it
Yeah.
has to be excited.
There's so much there, because I think the way that we speak, the words that we choose, the tone that we take, our body language, all of that communicates our receptivity to alternative ideas. As leaders, we sometimes feel like we have to walk in the room and own the space and take charge and all of that. But oftentimes that leaves people feeling excluded, that their way of doing things that may be different isn't welcome at the table. I've
Yeah.
only recently, in the past several years of my life, realized that that's been a trend for me in my entire life when I wasn't on the leadership side, where because of my ADHD and the way that I process information, the way that I work, that oftentimes I felt like a failure. I felt like an outcast because I worked a certain kind of way. And there wasn't a space being created where, if we had just slightly shifted to adjust to the way that maybe I work, to include me in the team in the way that I work, I could have provided tremendous value. So I've brought all that trauma with me into all of these different work situations, and have tried to, at least in the book, encourage people, like you're saying, to create the space to allow people who are maybe presenting information in a different way, or think a different way, or come from a different background, to present their ideas, not as like, oh, we'll accommodate that, but to, as a leader, open your mind to, maybe I could learn something from that, that like, I'm not actually the default. I'm just the person who has this title. So let me open the floor and let all of the ideas come into flourish.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be super complicated. It's not like, there's a lot of D&I training and unconscious bias training, and, don't want leaders to feel overwhelmed. You
Yeah.
just have to be open-minded and listen and say, huh, is there a different way that I'm not seeing? And just be open. Doesn't mean you have to execute on whatever they thought, but creating that space, you don't know what's going to, it's like a brainstorming session. I was talking to someone, it's not so much of a meeting as it is sometimes allowing the room to brainstorm and having the freedom to brainstorm. You don't have to take on their ideas. You're still the leader. You make the decision. It's still going to be run the way you want to run it. So it's not like you're giving up your power. You're just opening up your power to new possibilities, which makes you a more powerful leader. And I do think it does has to go twofold though, right? Like you said, you carried with you your trauma of like, maybe when you weren't in a safe space of like, oh, they're not going to listen to me, it's not the right way. There can be a lot of that. You can have a very lovable leader, and then the individual who's the only maybe stopping themselves because they're like dealing with an old, oh, they're not listening to me, they don't like my ideas. So it's twofold, right?
Yeah.
The individual needs to show up, own their voice, own their power, be clear on what the value they provide, and also own the value they provide. Because maybe in an old organization, they didn't feel like their value was recognized. And so they're afraid to show up. So that's what I help people with, is that internal. How do you break through your own to show up fully, but also to change the narrative for leaders to see that everyone has something to add. And then that actually makes you a more powerful leader, not less.
Yeah, 100%. One of the things I have in my book is about the idea that a leader's job is to take various stands for things, right? So you have to stand for the value of the work itself. You have to stand for your people against outsiders. But one of the ones that I put in there, I think when people read through that section, they go, oh, that's interesting, is that you actually have to stand for people against themselves sometimes.
Mhm.
So to your point of when people are bringing with them trauma of past work situations or anything else where maybe they're not feeling like they can bring their full selves, it's your job to actually stand for them as a leader and say, I'm going to be here to support you. I'm going to keep encouraging you to bring yourself and be there to support you in what you need so that you feel safe here to be able to bring your best self to this job and
And
to
it's
this
like a
role.
coach, right? You're like their cheerleader and their coach, and all these skills are new. And that's why I love
Yep.
your book. It's kind of like a step-by-step process of things that may come up for those managers that are like,
Yeah.
I don't know, I haven't done any personal development. I don't know how to look at my unconscious biases. You want me to find my vision and know what? No, you don't have to get so
Yeah.
complicated. It's just you have to be open-minded, and you do lay it out in a step-by-step process. And when you have the time, you should do the lovable leader. But just overall, just changing your shift, going, I can still be the leader and not have to always be the loudest voice in the room or do everything. You have to be able to facilitate, coach, empower, and bring people up. And then you have this whole team behind you. Right. And so that's amazing. It's like helping to grow people versus I'm the leader. Listen to me.
Yeah. Well, I want to get into some of your specific direct areas of expertise around coaching people on how they show up. So I want to basically spend the rest of our time together talking a little bit about some of the things that you coach people on so that they can show up and you've got somebody brand new in a leadership position. They're trying to earn the respect. They're trying to earn the trust. They're trying to communicate that they care. They want to show up powerfully, but they don't want to be overbearing. What are some of the tips that you would start people off on? Very baby steps, training wheels to starting to get their various modes of communication on the right track as a new leader.
Yeah. I want to start with a couple tactical things so people can walk away with
Perfect.
something that just tactical that they could do that makes them seem more confident. And then I want to talk about the meaning behind it of why that's important. So, a lot of times people a lot of people are online now, right? You're communicating with your team. You have great lighting. So do I. You're not a professional studio, but now we've all figured out that, part of showing up properly is, are you showing up the way you want to be perceived? Right.
Mhm.
Like, yes, it's if your team already knows you, you can show up in your sweats or whatever, but are you projecting what you want? Like, is this your brand? Like, right? Even though you're not an on-camera person, you're an executive or you're a leadership person. That's like, are you reflecting the values that you want? So for on camera, it's like as simple as sitting up straight, like, versus me telling you what to do like this.
Yep.
Like, well, today on the call, I think what we need to focus on is the 3 goals versus like, how are you guys doing? Today, what we want to focus on is the 3 goals that we're excited about. So who has some ideas, right? Just the way you sit, the way you look into the camera. Now, this is hard because not everyone's, even in person though, it's the same thing. And so those are some on-camera tips. Sit up straight, looking at the camera, not looking at the screen. And not and the feeling that you bring to it. So I have a U amplified performance formula process. It's called Amplify. So I'll just briefly go over it. And if you'd like more information, it's on my site. It's a free like mini course. It kind of walks you through each of these concepts, but it's audience, message, purpose, lead, image, and feeling, right? Do you know your audience? What do they want? What's your message? Right? What do you actually want to for this specific meeting? What's your message for the specific meeting? What's
Yep.
your purpose? Well, the purpose is I want to get 2 volunteers to help me with this. The purpose is I want to grow my team and have them have a new sales budget. The purpose is I just want to act like I'm accessible because it's our first meeting. You have a purpose for each meeting. How are you going to show up? How are you going to lead? And image. I know I'm going through a lot, but I wanted to highlight an F is feeling. So the number one thing is, what energy are you bringing? That's the one tip I want people to say, no matter what, if you're on
Yes.
camera, off camera, in person, you sit down with yourself. If you're a new manager, how do I want to show up and what feeling do I want to bring? That's one simple tip, is like, you're new, you're scared, you're concerned, they trust me. There's all these things going on in your head, But if you say, no, the feeling I want to create for my team today is connection. I want them to or feel good, or I want to feel showcase confidence. So you got to think about, what is the feeling you want to bring to the table? As a keynote speaker, that's what we do, right?
Yep.
Like what is the energy I want to bring today? And then how do I want them to feel? How do I want them to walk away? So the one question you ask yourself, how do I want to show up? What's the feeling I want to have from this meeting or this talk or this virtual talk or this in-person meeting or this one-on-one interview or this podcast? And the second question is, what do I want their feeling when they walk away?
Love
Right?
it. Love
Right.
that.
And
My
so
art teacher used to ask, what do you see and how does it make you feel? And I've remembered that since that's like 20 years ago, he said this to me, but I think about it. And I put this in a post where I talk about writing effective emails. Whenever I write an email, the first thing on my mind and the most important thing is, how do I want people to feel after reading this? And as I write it, I read through it. I think, how will they feel reading this? How will they feel reading this? How will they feel reading that? And I go back through it until I am as certain as I possibly can be that when they read it, the feeling that they feel is the feeling I intended for them to have.
exactly. And, and I went through a lot of details. Like you said, if you want to go to my site, you can find more, but it's like, ultimately all those fit together in a little package, right? Knowing
Yep.
your audience, knowing your message, da, da, da. But if you don't have a lot of time, you don't want to do a course, you don't want to do that. It's just very simple. How do I want to show up today? How do I want to feel? And how do I want to make other people feel? And hopefully all the things that you've learned, all the skills that you already have will show up because the energy that you bring to it is authentic. Right. And then you can learn the other things, right? Like, what are the tactical things, or how can I set up my camera properly, or how can I make my lighting better? Or, and I'll give you another tip: trusting your words. You can be more confident by not rushing through things and talking really fast, and trusting your words, and using periods and commas.
Yes.
Right? Trusting your words. So all that inner stuff helps you trust your words, helps you show up more confident, helps you be more clear. So there are tactical things you can do, like, pausing, not talking too fast. But if you don't want to deal with all that and get real technical and all into that, how do you want to feel and how do you want others to feel? And that can shift your presence and your communication immediately.
I love it. At the beginning of any meeting, for a leader, you're stepping into a meeting, you're stepping into a virtual meeting, you're about to write an email. What is my purpose of doing this? How do I want to show up and how do I want others to walk away from? I think that's a really, really great set of tips for any leader to take away from this session today. So we've only got a few minutes left, and I want to ask you the final question that I'm asking all of my guests today. So the title of this book, just as soon as I said it out loud, it rang for me and it felt right, because it made me think of people in my life that I would consider lovable leaders. These were people that I knew cared. I knew that I trusted. I knew that they would provide safety for me wherever they said we were going. So I want to ask you, from when I say lovable leader and you think about your past and your present, who comes to mind for you, and what would you say characterizes that person?
Yeah, I have to go a little bit opposite to show what is not a lovable leader, and then talk a little bit of lovable leader, because I came from really hard industries. Entertainment, I worked in Hollywood, right out
Yeah.
of college, and I worked in the news business. And wonderful people who want to do good and change the world and tell stories, but not a lot of good leaders necessarily. And it's the old school. This is why I want to bring this out, because it's such a contrast to what you're trying to create, which is a new generation of lovable leaders. The old way, unfortunately, and when I was coming up through the ranks, was the old school authoritative leadership. And so, in the news business and whatever, it was like, there were some major tantrums. People like, I worked for a big leader who had another CEO leader screaming, yelling, throwing things. And this is abuse. It was not okay. So that's the model that I came from growing up. And then the lovable leader are a lot of the leaders so it's shifting. So the reason I say this is because there is an old way of leading that is still kind of shifting. People who are the old authoritative way, I don't want to say bad, but there's an old way of leading that has a little bit of abuse in it, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit toxic, and our toxic culture isn't fully gone. And then as people evolve, there's that middle ground where, like, it's no longer toxic. People are empathetic. They want to be strong leaders and good managers, but there's a little bit of still the old school way of like, no, what I say goes, and I'm going to come in, I'm going to rule. And so we're trying to shift it to the lovable leader. And so the lovable leaders that I want to highlight right now are a lot of the clients that I've worked with that are coming to me. They're going, Angela, I want to go deeper within myself. So the lovable leaders I want to highlight are all the ones that are saying, I trust my team. They're advocates for their team. They're coaches. They understand themselves fully. They show up fully, and they're there to make the other individual the best that they can be. And so that requires a new skill set. And so I guess one example, it's funny, I was talking to my husband last night. And so I have a lot of different clients that are showing up as lovable leaders because they're taking the time to go, how do I want to show up for my people and how am I going to make them the best? Right. And that's very different than the old school way that I grew up with. Get me a salad, or this is what's happening. And people learn. It's not the direct answer to your question, but I wanted to talk about this whole toxic environment because it's still there in a lot of places. People learn from the people that lead them, just like we learn from our parents. I saw generations of toxic leadership pass on from, I worked as an assistant. So if you had a toxic boss, that person, when they got to the higher ranks, they became a toxic boss because they knew this is how I went through the ranks. This is how I worked through. This is how I need to be.
Yeah.
So we now need to stop that pattern, whatever's not working, and create this new paradigm. But I actually would say the lovable leader was actually my husband. I've seen him grow his team. He is a executive search person, and I'm always amazed at, he's not necessarily a lovable leader with me and when we get into our thing, but for him as a leadership team, I'm just amazed how he can be a leader. He's a very type A, very dynamic, but he's constantly growing his team. He's listening to his team. He gives them responsibilities. He listens if there are things. He's accommodating. I'm like, wow, you did that. Wow. Like that stuff's not going to get done. And you're still going to, he's like, it's okay. I need to give them something to help grow them. He's sending them to personal development seminars and giving them 3 days off to make sure that they grow as individuals. And so I think that, and even me, I was kind of like, well, then you got a lot of work to do if you have all 3 of your people out for 3 days to like grow themselves, right? Giving people the space to grow. So that's what came up for me the other day. Like he actually told me, he's like, yeah, I'm giving them, each members of my team. He wants to make sure all the team's on the same page for their own personal lives and their own personal leadership development. And he's giving them 3 days off to focus on them. In essence, will help the team and help the company. But so that's one example. But yeah, most of my clients, the ones that are willing to take a deeper look at themselves and also invest in their team, that I believe is the beginning of what lovable leadership needs to be. And seeing lovable, changing the definition of lovable, it's like kindness is not a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Like leaders want to be strong and big power words, but to change the definition of what makes a good leader is really important. And I honor you that you're kind of creating that template for people to follow and see it in a different light.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for supporting this launch event and for sharing as much as you've shared today. It's amazing. I encourage everybody watching either live or after the fact, go and check out all of Angela's work. Listen to the podcast. It's phenomenal. She was a guest on my podcast. You should maybe listen to it. So thank you so much for coming on. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, just thank you.
Thank you so much. And congratulations. You did the book.
Thank you.
Book is coming up next. I know how much work it is, and I see the work that you put in. And so just yay.
You ever want to talk about it, you let me know. I got your back.
Yay to you. And it's a lot of work behind the scenes. And I hope people buy the book and really, you've taken your brain and your wisdom and you put it into a handbook that people can just take. So I hope they absorb it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll talk soon.
Have a wonderful day. Bye.
Take care. Bye. Angela Chi, she's amazing. My next guest is in the green room, and I'm super excited to have him on as well. Today has just been like a nonstop awesome fest. Coming up next is Mark Pittman. Mark Pittman is like legit one of my favorite people in the world, as is his wife. And his wife actually made a quilt for my daughter that she literally looks at and holds onto and goes into a blanket for it every single day. So Mark is legit one of my favorite people. But not only that, but he's brilliant. He is the author of the Surprising Gift of Doubt, which is a phenomenal book on leadership. You will, if you go to the Amazon page, you will see my pretty face holding up the book. I bought 2 copies, one for me and one to give to someone. It's a great book. Mark, thank you for coming to my launch event.
Thanks for letting me. This is great.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. I was actually very much inspired by you because you did a launch event as well for your book, right?
Yeah, I did. And you know who inspired that?
Who?
My wife, Emily.
Oh God, she's so good.
She's so good.
She's just like at the core of all the good things.
You know, she's so good. We hired her this year. So we doubled our staff.
Oh, yeah. Right on.
So January 1st. Yeah.
Good things. Good things then. That's fantastic. All right. Well, you and I are going to be talking about goals today. So I'm pretty excited about this. The most obvious place to start would be SMART goals, but I feel like we can do more than that. So before we even get into it, talk to us a little bit about what it is that you do on a day-to-day basis. And you just wrote a book that I would say is a book on leadership, The Surprising Gift of
Oh,
Doubt. It's really
absolutely.
about leaders and the benefit of them actually not knowing things, and how there's these, you laid out a really beautiful like quadrant of how you can move from, one of the different quadrants to, is it the bottom right or the top right? That's the one you want to go to. Forget.
Well, top right,
Top
but
right.
yeah, but
Yeah.
bottom right is the quadrant 3 is where all the magic happens.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, point being, phenomenal book. Everyone read it. I have a couple copies right next to me. Tell us about what you do day to day and why I had you on to come and talk about goals.
Well, I help leaders that are in doubt, people that have had success in their past, and everybody else thinks that they've got confidence in the leader because of the success in their past, but the leader knows, kind of just making this up as I go along. I don't really, they're so aware of their own doubt that I help them see what the doubt might be saying. Instead of saying, "Hey, you're broken, you're a failure, you don't have it together," it could be the doubt is saying, "You're different, you're unique, you're exactly the type of leader this organization needs. You're exactly the voice this sector needs to hear." And so, as an executive coach and trainer and speaker, I get to help people on that journey. It is so much fun, Jeff. It is such a blast.
I love being in conversations of consequence, and I know that you do too. So, you're dealing with people who are trying to accomplish big things, a lot of them racked by doubt. And everyone, that's the big secret that I think we like, no one talks about enough, but like, we are all making this up as we go
Yeah.
along.
So to that point, in my mid-40s, I called my dad. I have 3 amazing kids because they are amazing anyway. Other people tell us that too, but I believe it. But I called my dad up and I said, "Dad, you were just making this up as you went along, right?" Because I realized around 45 is when I have like this image of dad having it figured out.
Oh
He
yeah.
knew what he was doing. He was rocking and rolling. He was dad. He was business person. He was all the things. And I didn't. And I realized he probably didn't either.
I had a similar thought the other day. It's going to sound really silly. It was actually last night. I made tuna casserole last night for dinner, which, by the
Okay.
way, is delicious if you make it well. But
Chips on the top or no chips?
breadcrumbs, toasted panko breadcrumbs and butter,
Oh,
and some fried shallots. I went a little
that's like
nuts.
highfalutin
I mean, I'm pretty
tuna
highfalutin as a
casserole.
dude. But my point is, as I was driving home and I was in my head, I was planning out how I was going to make it and the different steps. I thought to myself, why do I like tuna casserole? And I thought my mom made it. And then I realized she was just putting her heart into making food each and every night. My wife just said it's so
I
tasty.
saw
It
that.
really was really good.
It was
But
tasty
but I
good.
thought to myself, like, I used to think, when you're a kid, like you think your parents were born at the age that you were born, right? Like you think that they started at 30 something.
Right?
And then you get to their age and you're like, holy crap, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I think the same thing is true in business. It's like we see the leaders when we first come into work and we're like, oh, they obviously know everything that's going on with the business. I think this whole thing is held together with duct tape. And most of the time, people have absolutely no idea what is going on and we're making up as we go along.
And kind of the pandemic helped show that. Because
Yes,
when
absolutely.
all the norms were taken out, everybody just kind of went, everybody's hair was on fire.
Yep.
And that's when you could see the leaders that had some sort of foundation and the leaders that just didn't have a foundation at all. Some
Yep.
of them still were in the hustle culture. We're going to fake it till we make it, beat on the chest and all this stuff. But there were some that were able to have this both and. They were able to tell their team, we don't know the future and we're going to get there together as much as we can. And some we may
Yeah.
have to let people go, but here are the values that we're going to be making the decisions on. And that's phenomenal. And hopefully we'll have that as a marker going forward. But
Yeah.
you're right about faking it, or not faking it, but thinking we had to make, like we figured out leaders. It's not safe as a leader to just you have to have some sort of mask up at some points. I believe you have
Yeah.
to have some sort of armor because not everybody's safe. Some people are gunning for you. Some people are toxic, and some people just need stability, and they don't. You're in leadership and see all the uncertainty, but that's not necessarily always appropriate to share with everyone else. Not that you're being duplicitous or lacking integrity. You're just protecting the people around you and helping.
Yeah.
You're leading. But when you look at other people, you don't see all the chasms of doubt and the inner critics and all that other stuff that they're dealing with. You just see the mask or the placid look on the outside. So that's where I think one of the amazing things as a coach, and you experience this too, is being able to just be that safe space for someone. I'm not going to hire you. I'm not going to fire you. just let's verbally process. Let's figure this out. Let's
Yeah.
talk through some things. And I'll tell you if you're crazy or not, but it's not going to risk your job. You're not going to risk the missing payroll again because you're verbally processing this. You're talking with a coach who has experience and is able to guide or shift or give different perspective.
Yeah, and you brought up something interesting. You talked about how in the midst of this pandemic, we kind of saw the house of cards fall a little bit here and there, and it's the ones with a strong foundation that were still left. I would argue that I think the strong foundation there is cultures that develop people and that have a strong sense of purpose, a real mission. And I think, we're here to talk about goals, but before we even get into the conversation about goals, goals have to be in service of something.
Yes.
So, how do you go about working with leaders, and how important do you think it is to establish that bigger purpose, that bigger mission, that bigger thing that you're after, that the goals are in service of? How do you go about doing that? And how important is that?
It's totally, well, fundamentally, it's important. I'm a Franklin Covey trained certified coach, and I really believe beginning with the end in mind, knowing your bigger purpose, and knowing kind of why you're taking up space on the planet, like what
Mhm.
you're contributing to the life experience of people around you and yourself. But I don't think it's easy to get there. So I think sometimes we say, well, you have to know your purpose and your mission, and I find that can be really daunting to be able to
Yes.
like, I don't know. And there's that whole, what if I get it wrong? And what if it's almost like the choose your own adventure books where
Yeah.
do you ever read those? So
And you're
I would
paralyzed by the too many options, right?
I know. Do I go into the cave or do I climb the tree? Well, I'm going to keep my finger here because I want to go and look at what if I go in the cave. And so there's that fear of I might be missing out on something if I say this is my purpose. So I think one of the interesting ways of doing it is there's other you can back into purpose. I guess is what I'm saying. As a leader,
Mhm.
you can look back on your life and realize, oh wow, there seemed to be a thread that ties this stuff together. Or you could list out. I'm a fan of listing out 100 things to do for the year, but you could do 100 things to do for your life, dreams, visions, pipe dreams, tasks. Just don't worry about the definition. Just get them on there, let it sit for a bit, and then look at it, and you can start seeing some themes. And sometimes you'll come up with, oh, this is what I'm about. And the third one, I don't know if you do this too, but also if it feels weird, it's almost like Googling yourself, but asking other people when what's their experience working with you,
Yes.
and that can be
So
incredibly
important.
illuminating.
Amazing, because it reveals things that you don't even think to yourself. It's interesting you brought that up because,
Or you don't
um
give yourself permission to think. You'd hope that you'd be this way, but you know you're
yeah.
not.
But and when you hear it from other people, it's like you feel validated in that thought. But I was having a conversation with Tony Chapman when he was on my podcast, and he
That's
asked me,
shareable.
yeah, that is shareable, and it was on the mic swap, and he asked me what I thought my superpower was, and I said I can't remember what I said. I think it was like I was like I'm good at strategy and good at developing people. He was like, I think your superpower is resilience, and it had never occurred to me that that is a
Wow.
superpower of mine. But he started listing off parts of my story that he knew about me, and I was like, "Oh my god, wow, that is an actual thing." So I agree with that. I think that for a leader to have the openness to let other people maybe tell you where your strengths are, and then I would say to go even deeper, what maybe your weaknesses are, would also be a helpful way of you growing and developing. So I 100% endorse that decision. And the point you brought up also about like find your purpose, like it can feel so big and daunting. I'll admit that's a big blind spot for me because I've been so naturally in touch with why I do what I do for as
Yeah.
long as I've been working. So when I talk to people, I'm like, "Oh, well, just what are you about? Like, what's your thing?" And some people that maybe the first time they've ever heard that question asked of them, they're like, "Well, to make a living and
Oh my
have a family and this and that." And I'm like, "No, no, no! Like, what drives you? Like, what really like
You
hits you?"
are a brother from another mother because
Right?
that's me too.
Yeah,
I have a copy of the 7 Habits of Highly Successful People from 1989. My mom wrote in there, "This sounds like the way you live your life." Like
yeah,
I have just been, I've at a really young age, I realized I'm here for a purpose, and I better serve that purpose well, and get out of the way of the other purposes. And I
yeah.
don't, yeah. So I think missionally, I think so. Yeah, it's been interesting to notice that not only do not some people not think that way, which is it's not good or bad, it just is. But some people don't want to. They don't want to think about the deeper thing. They just want to know what am I here for?
Yeah,
What do
what's
you need me
next
to
up on
do?
my to-do list, basically.
Yeah, or and some of that could be a lack of creativity and thinking, but it also, some of that could be just overwhelmed. I
Yeah.
have too much to do. I just am used to putting out fires. I'm just used to playing whack-a-mole. I don't want to, don't make me take the step back. But I think when we can really tap into that sense of purpose, what I did for my company when I knew I was going to start bringing people on board back in 2019, I was inspired by two people, Tammy Zonker and Peter Drury, had done this session at a conference I was at on writing your manifesto for them. It was for a nonprofit organization, but then they modeled it by doing their own personal ones.
Mhm.
So I started mine out with, what am I against? What are
Love it.
we? And that inspired me to be like, this is the fight I'm in. This is what I'm standing for. Cause I'm such a positive, like, there's always a silver lining to everything.
Totally. One of the
Like,
things that
like
people
Kate
always
O'Neill,
over.
I could put duct tape around a cloud,
Yep.
to make it. So that was, for me, that was part of the perspective of, okay, I always believe in people's, ability and their potential, and we can see good things. I wonder what I'm standing against. And so that was really, I found that to be a really powerful thing. And it's particularly, you'd appreciate this. And Erica, you might too. When Emily reads it and is like, this is good. this gets me excited.
Yeah.
That minute. Yeah. So
That's awesome.
yeah. What do you think you stand against?
Um, I mean, I think for one, I would say that I stand against just injustice in any and all of its forms. And I think if I dig really deep into it, I stand against the idea that anybody isn't free to be who they feel themselves to be. What
Interesting.
expressing themselves, how whatever they're into, and whoever they're into, and however they want to present themselves in the world. I think you should be free to do that. As long as you're not harming anybody else, you should be able to
Mm,
be whoever you want to be in this world. And I think that extends to our work as well. I think that it's a shame that in this world you sometimes have to do a job that doesn't feed your soul, and or at least that
interesting.
even if you do, that you don't necessarily have the time outside of that role to
Okay.
do things that are meaningful and important to you, right? Like the point is that this is a gift that we have, this existence, this consciousness, this time we have here. What will you do with this one precious life you've been given, right? Like that mentality for me is so tangible because of the experiences in my life, that I see this life as being something that we should all have the ability to take full advantage
Mm,
of. So I think if you look at a lot of my work, and I recently kind of broke this down, that there are like three pillars of things that I'm into that kind of level up to this one big purpose. And they all are kind of, I think, in service of this idea of like change the world to make it to live in the world that you want to live in. Right. So heroic and lovable leadership is one pillar. Uh, Living a purpose driven life is another, and unlocking
mm,
human potential, because I want people to be powerful, prepared, and clear so that they can
nice.
become unstoppable catalysts for change. So that's like my whole shtick, right? So like and I'm an organization of one. So I get to say that
Right.
that's what hangs on J Gibbard LLC, right? But when you take that out and you try to like step that out into an organization, you're in a new leadership role and you have to inspire people behind a certain set of ideals. How do we go from this idea of some sort of a tangible purpose into making them into real goals?
Well, it depends. So there are some people that would say, if you Google goal setting, you'll find a million different ways to
Yep.
do it. And I'm not a fan of the definition as much as the result. So what I like to do is clump them to, like, figure out all the things that you want to do, and then look through your list and look for two different types. Look for the ones that makes, like, if I do this one goal, a bunch of the other ones will be accomplished, because it's like, I use the example of planting a garden. Planting a garden also involves planting carrots, planting cabbage, planting, radishes.
Yep.
So that could be it. But then there are the ones that, if you do it and the way I'm talking about is, I call it magnet goals, where you do the 100 things and then you go
Yes. You
through.
had this in your book, didn't you? I was like,
Yeah,
this
I
sounds
did. Yeah.
familiar.
And
Yeah.
I've been using it for over almost 20 years now. Part of what I like about the other part, so you look for the logical ones, but then you also look for the intuitional ones, the ones that kind of just spark something inside you, and they seem totally crazy. They seem to be way outside. I find that using logic and creativity, using fact and intuition, helps us to make the best decisions. And it's usually only in retrospect that we can look back and say, oh yeah, I meant to do it that way.
Yeah.
But it helps us maintain humanity and keep human, instead of just being an automaton that's being ground down by a system.
That
So
makes
that's
sense.
so what I like to do is then create a map. So you put what is it you want to accomplish, and then what's the date? Because without a date, it's not a goal; it's just a
Yep.
wish. And then listing all the things that have to get done with dates, and then the people that can help with them. I find that's something that a lot of people forget to do. Is
Yeah.
we're not doing this alone. There are some leaders that and I think it's probably newer leaders that feel uncomfortable asking people to do things for them because they should be willing to do it themselves.
Hmm.
And so getting used to asking respectfully for things to be done or just organizationally, this is your job. We're expecting you to do this. But who are the people that can help you? Also, associations, peers, and all that. The one that really was hard for me as a positive guy was I learned Zig Ziglar was the person who drove it home. I'm sure other people said it first, but what are the roadblocks that you're going to face and possibly facing doing this? Life throws curveballs. So why not lay out some of them in advance so you don't get caught flat-footed? So if there are, server issues or people issues or any whatever the issues are, put them down. And then also who can help you with that? Is there a tech person that you can work with? Are there a recruitment firm that you can be, or there, part VAs that can help you with different things? And then who's your accountability partner? I think accountability is one of the things that many people forget or don't want to expose themselves to, because accountability often feels like failing a test as opposed to encouraging, an encouraging kind of, yeah, you got this. So many of us, when we have an accountability partner or a performance review, we feel like it's like, oh no, I'm going to get smacked, or I'm going to get in trouble, get sent to the principal's house. It doesn't have to be that at all. It can be somebody that's just making it so that there's a little bit of a commitment to yourself. You're keeping your commitment to yourself by getting this goal done.
So when you're thinking of this new manager that goes through this process, I think a lot of people struggle with goal setting. Like you've been doing this for like 20 years now, and that the magnet goals, and you work with people and coach them on goal setting. But so many of these leaders that move into this new role are going to struggle with a couple different things, and I think you're intimately familiar with all of them. So I'm going to lay out a couple of them,
Okay.
and I want you to kind of talk us through maybe how you would coach them on working through these problems. So the first would be doubt. Is this the right goal? How should I be picking this goal in the first place would be one of them. And I think the second one would be engaging the team, and how much of a leader's responsibility in goal setting involves them coming up with the goals and like going through their process to figure out what the goal should be versus engaging their team and co-creating the goals. Is there a split to it? Do you have to read the terrain? Is it always one or the other? Like, how do you go about navigating that? Because, you've been doing it as long as you have. Picture a brand new manager. They got
Right.
promoted because they were good doing a thing. Now they're in charge of setting goals and conflict resolution and strategy and all the different things. They're at the goal setting part. They're setting goals for their team and they go, I don't know what to do. So where do you
Well,
start?
the first one on is this the right goal? That is so challenging because many people don't have risk cultures that allow for risk or high risk tolerance, and you don't want to mess up. So if you're asking that question, it's probably a good question. What I find is the people that get stuck in asking, I'm not going to start at any goals because I don't know if these are the right ones, are usually the ones that don't accomplish. Like they're too wrapped up and concerned with getting things exactly right. And I found in leadership and coaching other leaders that there's something wonderful about moving forward. If you commit to a few, it's not that you're morally obligated to fulfilling them necessarily, depending on how you set them or what your reporting structure is. But usually it moves you forward and you can see, course corrections. We can change it this way. We can change it that way. What matters is knowing what the end goal is. What's your outcome? Is it so? An example could be, I want to commit 3 hours a day to calling prospects. That could be a legitimate goal, but I always try to get my clients to then say, how many phone calls do you want to make in that time? Because what I invariably find is that they don't keep their schedule because stuff comes up, people interrupt, all these other things. But in the next week when we're talking, I could say, well, how many? Okay, sorry, yeah, they come in tail between their eyes. Didn't do it. I didn't fill this goal. Then I could say, well, how many people did you call? And often it's the exact number that they wanted to accomplish. It just was messy. It didn't look as neatly divided. So this comes to, the first thing I think, is it the right goal, is getting clear on what's the outcome and committing to a process to trying to get there. the motion, you'll learn more acting. Done is better than perfect in most cases.
Yes, get in
And
the game.
it's not mediocrity, it's action. There's a difference. It's not settling for something, it's moving forward and actually accomplishing something. So that's one. The other part with the team, that's a whole nother subject. I think there's something to be said about inclusive goal setting, but I have seen it go really crazy because people don't all have the same body of knowledge, experience, or understanding of where things are going. One of my early mentors said the view is always different from the captain's chair. And he said
Yes.
most of his job in leadership was when he assumed a new level of leadership, he'd look around and realize, oh, that's what they were seeing. And so he'd go and start apologizing to the leaders before him. I didn't understand. I only had a narrow vision and I was judging you on a narrow vision. I see a bigger, like some people don't understand that you can't just throw money at marketing. You have to make payroll. Oh, wait, there's revenue we have to think about here. Oh, the money has to come from somewhere before we can spend it. So I think a part of a leader's job is to help set the parameters. Where's the playing field? Kind of, and loosely, like here's the soccer field or something. And then setting the guidelines for people to be able to pitch in or to think about where their goals are. I like to do this in terms of a strategic plan and then asking people, here are the objectives for the organization for the next year or next 5 years. Where do you see yourself in them? And you'll invariably find people are not necessarily seeing themselves in where their jobs are. CFOs may see, be an ability to help with revenue generation, which is awesome. CFOs are really needed in that. So it helps us as leaders get out of the kind of job descriptions that we hired people for and see where they may be life-giving and where it may be rewarding for them to be involved. So it's a nuanced answer.
It is, but what occurred to me as you were saying is that I feel like there's so many conditions that this rests on to answer that. So if you have a team and you want to co-create the goals with them, depending on how aligned that team is around the big purpose and the mission that you're after, depending upon how much safety there is for people to speak up and talk about whether or not they can actually commit to that goal, and depending upon the level of ambition you have on the team and whether or not you have the trust so that you can, enter into a coaching situation there where somebody maybe, let's say you want to sell, 100 widgets, but you ask the team to commit the goals and they say 50 widgets. You have to be able to have the team dynamic where you can coach and say, guys, I think that makes a lot of sense. That's a really interesting goal. What do we think? What would happen hypothetically? What if we doubled that? What if we were to go for that? Is that something that you think we could do? Is it out of control? Is that okay? Great. So it sounds like it's a little ambitious. Would you all be comfortable taking on something that's a little more than we think we're capable of? Understanding that we may not even get there, right? So like your job as a leader, even in inviting that feedback, might just be to see where people are at and to coach them through thinking that maybe they're capable of more than they thought they were.
Well, and everybody, that was like a mini masterclass in the Lovable Leader. You'll learn that with the scripts and the questions to ask in Jeff's book. It's awesome. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So, I only have a few minutes left with you. Which is unfortunate. I felt this way about every guest I've talked to today. It's like, oh my God,
I've been watching. There have been some fascinating conversations you've been
unreal.
Having.
I can't even believe this, but, I want to ask you the final question that I ask every guest today, which is, from your past and from your present, when I say lovable leader, who are some people that come to mind? What is it that characterizes them in your mind as a lovable leader?
I have to admit, I had a hard time with this because I think of lovable in a different context than leaders.
Yeah.
So that was, I wish I could ask you about that, but, I came up with a bunch of names, and the one I'm landing on for right now, as far as leader and lovable, is Bob Grinnell. He was an early boss of mine who saw my potential, when I was a student in college and then when I was in admissions, and he called me into fundraising. Coached me and trained me up as a fundraiser, and then released me to another organization because he knew that the nature of the organization I was at, they would not promote me or see me as promotable until I had experience outside, and then chose to come back maybe. And even even after he was there to be a sounding board. And so I think it's not like a schmaltzy, like when I think lovable, sometimes I think teddy bear.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I love about your book is it's about hard conversations and tough tactics and tough strategies, but not being a hard ass like Angela was talking about earlier. It's not being a toxic bully.
Yeah.
So that's that's
Well, I
why.
think you described it really perfectly because, the way that I would describe the lovable leader comes back to those three principles. And I would say, did you think that this person cared about you? I think obviously you'd say, yeah. Did you
Absolutely.
trust this person? I think you'd probably say, yeah.
Yeah.
And if they set a big goal for you, something they thought you were capable of, did you feel safe pursuing it around them? And I think you would probably say, yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So to me,
One of
that's
the
what a
best
lovable leader
things,
is.
and I don't know if this helps leaders that are listening, but one of the best things Bob did for me is I was one of those kids that came into the office and said, what do I have to do to get what responsibilities do I need to take on in order for you to be able to justify promoting me? I never expected a promotion. I always asked for what more do I need to do? And it was interesting to have him tell me what the criteria was. And in that organization, there was the next level up for me would have been to have a staff member, and that wasn't possible in the department I was in. But it was just really good to have that kind of frank conversation. And I knew that it wasn't just made up. There were
Yeah.
formulas or thought processes that justify different salary levels. And he's the only person I think that I've had that conversation with, but I wish more people would, because it takes the mystery out of it.
Yeah, and he created a space for you to do that, which is, I think, our job as leaders. We talked earlier today about safety and about trust and about communication, about
Yeah.
care. And I think if, every single interaction you have with a member of your team starts to build out your brand, for lack of a better term, or what type of a leader you are. Really, at the end of the day, the lovable leader is a brand. It is a brand that you can live into, which is committing to care, safety, and care, trust, and safe travels. So the way I look at it is that every interaction we have creates the space where someone could come into your office and say, hey, I really would love to know what are the criteria for the next position if I want to grow into it? Or, hey,
Yes.
I have an idea for something. Do you have a few minutes to talk about it? Or, hey, something's going on with one of our other team members. I really felt slighted. I kind of feel like it's creating an environment where I don't feel safe to bring my full self to work. Can we talk about it? And if you don't create the environment for that, you're never going to get access to those conversations. You're never going to get the opportunity to help those people grow, whether it's at your company or to go out and make the world a better place.
And for all the leaders that just said, what the heck, I don't have time for that. That's leadership. That's your job, is to create that environment. I did a
Yep.
study with my Master's of Organizational Leadership looking at boarding schools. The schools that told the faculty, here's the levels and here are the responsibilities that add to extra titles and income, had higher faculty retention than the schools that just kind of left it being like a don't ask, don't tell, and it's all secret, and it's, backroom deals to get salaries.
Well, it makes sense. One of the biggest reasons people leave jobs right now is they don't see opportunities for development. And one of the best ways you can help them do that is to show them, here's how you develop here. Seems obvious, right?
I could keep going for hours. I know you have another guest, so I'm gonna stop. But yes, that is.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how much more purpose-filled it would be for everybody watching this if they looked at each of their direct reports and said, "I wonder what their ultimate goal is." They're only going to they're only going to be with us for a short time.
Yeah.
It's okay. That's not a moral failing. This is just probably the nature. So, what's their ultimate goal and how can we help them get there? I bet their employees would dig in more to their job when they saw that this serves a higher purpose.
There's that quote by Richard Branson, train people so well that they can go anywhere, treat them so well that they never leave. That I think that's the move, right? I in the book, I advocate that you think about your relationships with all of your team members on basically an infinite horizon, that like, whether or not they continue working with you or not, you are going to keep this person in your life. You care about their well-being. You care about what's going on with them, even if their tenure with you is short. So Mark, thank you so much for coming on and talking about goals with me. I love talking with you.
Congratulations on your new book. This is
Thank
great.
you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for inspiring the launch event idea. I've had such a good time with it. And for anybody listening, please go and pick up a copy of Mark's book.
Please
it's called
do.
The Surprising Gift of Doubt. Yeah, well, that too.
I thought you were going to say, please pick up a copy of your book.
No, pick up a copy of your book too. Look, it's book buying day. Buy mine, buy yours. It's called The Surprising Gift of Doubt. It's freaking awesome. I've already read it. It's phenomenal. So please go and get it. Mark, thank you so much for showing up and for cueing me perfectly for my next guest, who is actually someone who has worked on my team. The only guest that I have who has been on my team, and is like a super special moment for me. So I'm going to say goodbye to you and I'm going to say hello to her.
Okay. Bye.
See you, Mark. All right. So next up, and I actually, this guest isn't slated to start for 11 minutes, but she's here early and I cannot miss that opportunity to have 11 more minutes with Jess.
What's up?
I'm having a launch event for my book. What?
I can't believe it.
It's nuts.
One of the questions I know you're going to ask is like, oh, who's a lovable leader? And I'm like, but I'm not allowed to say Jeff. So
No, you're not allowed to say
but he
names.
wrote the book. So I'll have to think of another answer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate, because you know that I don't do well with like the praise. I'm like, not for
Yeah.
me. No, it's fine.
Yes.
But yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so excited for this book, like very
Thanks.
excited. I have a problem. I read too many leadership and business books. I'm trying to figure out how to add a balance in my life, but
Yeah.
very excited also to like see, like just be on this panel and chat with you and all the viewers about like what it really means to be a lovable leader, because you
Yeah.
taught me, and I'm happy to share all the things that I've learned just throughout my journey.
Yeah, I am really excited to talk about it and to hear about it because, you know, we keep in touch. For those that are tuning in early to this, Jess worked on my team when I had True Voice Media back in the day, like 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, something like that.
Yeah.
And we have the most epic company dance video in history, if I do say so myself.
We had a great culture,
Yeah.
even though it was just the two of us. I
Yeah.
think that's what mattered, right? It was like it was my first job, my first like, you know, job in the digital space. And Jeff had just taught me how to be a digital champion for our clients. And with that, there was like this element of me learning from you, but also like learning from our clients while keeping like this culture of team learning and flexibility and fun and collaborative. And so I think that's really was the beauty of what that year and a half that I worked for you. It was short time, but like such valuable time in my history.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much about your time working with me that I reflect on, and just want to acknowledge that one, I learned so much after you left by the ways that I felt like I didn't show up for you. And a lot of what I wrote in the book were ways in which I felt like I could have been better, but I just didn't know any better. And a lot of what I think I grew into as a leader over the years after that was a result of that. There was that. There was also the fact that I think I'm already about that fun life, but like you brought a new level to it. Do you remember the day that we just walked around doing Snapchats and handing out smiley faces?
Yeah. But do you know why we did that? Do you know why we did that?
Why did we do that? Were we having just a crap day?
I think that's what's more important, right? In also in the vein of this conversation is like we were having a rut day. We were not motivated. We were sluggish. I don't know. Maybe one of us was hungover. Who knows back then?
And it could have been either of us.
But it was just not a good day. And I think recognizing that you have bad days, not as a leader, but as a teammate. And that's when I was like, can we do something fun? Like we need to get out of this, and we need to like do something different in our day. And I think we went around and just like spread kindness to people in like, you're great on the streets of Philadelphia.
Yeah. That video is still on YouTube, I believe, somewhere. I think it's on the True Voice Media YouTube that's still up. No, that was so cool. And then I was also thinking about the holiday social. And what like a rad idea that was. I think I had bought the domain like forever ago. And then you were like, fashion drive or fashion show clothing drive. Combine the two.
In that too, like that was an idea that I had for all of those who are watching. It was just this nonprofit idea that was taking clothes that were donated from, you know, we at the end of the year, we all go through our clothes, and we had turned it into like an event. And the event was a nonprofit event, but in that, I think it really just came from like you gave me the flexibility and the freedom to try my ideas and figure out how they integrated into the business. And that's very important.
So that I think about that a lot, because I remember when you brought the idea to me, I don't know if I hesitated for more than like 2 seconds before I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Right.
And you know, in some of the conversations earlier today, we've talked a lot about introspection as a leader and like self-reflection and things like that. And I think there were a lot of opportunities where you got to show me who I was as a leader, because you provided me with those opportunities. Even like the fact that the way that we met at that job fair was like very classic Jess and very classic Jeff. It really revealed a lot about both of us. You showed up, you were one of a kind, absolute one of a kind, homemade business cards, the whole thing. And I wasn't even supposed to be there. I just was like going to keep Ben company. I was in the neighborhood and I didn't feel like working that afternoon. And like you came up, I was like, yo, this girl is like really cool. And I feel like she would be really amazing to work with. And then I called you up and you were like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It worked out in such a cool way.
Yeah.
Super grateful for it, honestly.
Oh,
Like,
I'm so
so glad
glad.
it worked out.
I really look back to those times, and like that was my first digital job. You taught me so much. Like taught me a lot in the digital space, how to think about like where the digital space is going, which I know that we both do that in our respective jobs. Like,
Yep.
so we're here to talk about leadership today, but all the things that I will talk about today and in leadership is coming from my expertise in the digital space, but also how to run a lean company because of working with you. It was just the two of us, like by ourselves. And if it weren't for me, you probably would have went another like year and a half of just being like running your agency by yourself.
Possibly.
But it was all about taking the leap of like, how do I multiply myself? And there I was, and you brought me on from that career fair a long time ago.
Yeah. Nah, so cool. Well, let's get started. Let's talk about some strategy. Let's talk about like what it looks like to be running, like, because I'll be totally candid with you. The student has surpassed the master like years ago at this point. So what you're doing in strategy and what you're doing with your employer and previous employer, like that's like next level stuff that like I didn't even have clients that I was doing that level stuff for. So you've done so much in strategy since we like, you know, did our thing. And I showed you like the basics of how strategy works. And I showed you about digital strategy and blah, 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 blah. But like, you're like crafting strategy for an organization. And not only that, but at the same time you're doing it, you have a team. Like, how big's your team right now?
I have 40 employees around the world in 7 different countries. 40 full-time employees. India, Tel Aviv, London, Spain, Canada, US. And I fucking love it. Am I allowed to curse on
Yeah,
this?
you can curse on my show. Yeah.
I love it. I always wanted to be a leader. So I always wanted to be a leader, but I also had this like digital passion, and that I also got like from working with you. And I wanted to figure out, you mentioned this on your last chat with Mark that I really resonated with, is like not many people think about their purpose in life. And I like really know my purpose, and my purpose is to just help other people unlock their potential. And I also believe that you helped me unlock my own potential in the digital space and being a really great employee that can, you know, remove boundaries and just like push out of the ordinary. So now throughout my career, ever since I've worked with you, I always wanted to be in the tech space. I wanted to be in the Silicon Valley space. And I now lead a team of 40. Honestly, it might be like 45 now. I'm done keeping count. But my team implements digital solutions on companies' websites and mobile apps. So like I've taken the experience that I've had in the digital space, I've migrated that to software and technology in a way that I can also help other people get better at their jobs in the digital space, but just also as a high-performing employee, as a leader of this big team. And yeah, strategy and keeping everybody aligned that's like the hardest part. And
distributed team. Not
yeah.
you don't have 40 people in a room that you get to say, here's the strategy, let's talk about whatever. You're talking a distributed team.
Yeah.
And sometimes asynchronous. So like you've got people that are in one time zone and another, you have to talk to them separately, not even together sometimes.
Oh yeah. And also the remote world. I felt like because I started with a team that was across countries and state lines, I learned what remote working and remote leading was a little bit before COVID happened, and it put me to an advantage, absolutely. But there's still learning, and I really like am passionate to share about like how do you really lead a remote team, keeping this strategy alive and having people doing things on different time zones.
So let's start at the beginning. Like how do you even go about strategizing for the breadth of different things that you're accountable for seeing happen and the size of the team that's distributed around the world? How do you go about doing that?
Well, first, it was so overwhelming. I'm sure as any leader would know, you get into a leadership position, no matter how big your team is, you're like, holy crap, I'm now responsible for career growth, the business itself, the revenue that comes in, people's emotions. Everybody wants a raise, everybody wants a promotion. And at the same time, we just need to keep pushing forward, but also I need to challenge people and they need to follow the vision that I set forward. So all of that was so overwhelming. It was honestly, when I took this role 2 years ago of leading the global team, I was like mentally burning out because I did not know how to start. And one thing that helped me is just, what are my themes? What are my themes that, like something as simple as that? I still give people this advice today. What are the themes that I want to run this business on? And then how do I want to run the team with those themes? And that keeps me mentally organized. And then that I can emulate that in the strategy. So that really helped. And I don't remember what those themes were at the time. But for example, helping people with their career paths, like career performance. When you can help people help themselves, they will help you run the business. And so I really firmly believe in, it's really not, the strategy is at the top, but how do you manage all of the personalities on the team that all make up the strategy leading up to the top to deliver every single thing that you need to deliver. So I have a couple people on my team that have very specific interests, and imagine that times 40. So I have really learned that everybody is not going to have the same goals in helping reach your strategy. You have to recognize that people's strengths are different. But what you need to do as a leader is, how do you capitalize on those strengths individually to get all of the tasks done? Kind of think of like a consultant in your project plan. What's your project plan that reaches the overall goal?
I love that because it resonates with me, as you probably know, because one of the things I've always been about is let's amplify people's strengths, lean into what people are good at. Let's not worry as much about what they're not good at. Obviously it's worth looking into that. And I have some things I'd share with you that, since we work together, things that I've developed and added to like my repertoire of things. But, we always focused really heavily on like, what are your strengths? You had the Whiskey Gypsy blog when we were working together.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, this is remarkable. Like, you could crush Pinterest with this and Instagram. Like, you just have an eye for the visual. You're an excellent writer. So like, let's find projects where you can put you on that. And neither of us were, and you probably have developed more at this point, but like, and I have a bit too, but neither of us are particularly good at like attention to granular details. Like, that's not where we exist. We exist in like let's figure out the global, where are we going, and all of the steps involved and the people needed. And we can spell out a granular plan, but we can't be accountable for watching each individual granular step.
It's true.
So yeah. So and what's interesting is that there's a lot of data to show that what a lot of people are now looking for in their jobs, and the reason they're leaving jobs, is they want managers, they want leaders who are focused on their strengths, not their weaknesses, and who are there to coach them and help them grow. So you're speaking a lot of the right sorts of things, that you're looking at your team as individuals and trying to see how you can help them grow. So I really appreciate that. Like, that's your perspective as well. And it's probably one of the reasons we've always gotten along.
I learned a lot, like in these last a few years, like managing such a big team and leading a big team. And I have to be doing something right, because not many people leave my team, and they've been with me for like 3 to 4 years. And so I don't know, but like, let's talk about it. Let's kind of dissect this and figure out like what great leaders do, so that the audience can hear.
Yeah. So talk about it. Like, so we stopped working together in like 2014 or 2015, I think it was.
Yes.
And you went on to go and basically like run digital at Frontier, basically.
At an airline, right?
At an airline. So like, that was like a giant move. And then, then from there you got recruited and the rest is history. But like, talk to me about what that experience has been like. When did you first start managing people after we worked together? When did that come into you?
I think when I worked at the airline, I was working in the digital department, and I can sum it up in one way. Great company. The people were incredible, but how to lead a team for high performance and innovation was not there. And I realized that I was not a manager at the time. I was an employee, and I realized all the things that I did not feel fostered a great culture, fostered great teamwork, felt safe to share your ideas. And so I took that. I just kind of, there were some different elements and events that I learned while working at a big brand, at a big corporation, which we all know what that's like, that I was like, this isn't working. So now let me figure out what does work. And so I moved over to a company called Medallia, which I've been with now for 5 years. And I have seen this company now go like public and private and private again. So we've gone through a lot of company iterations. And when you're going through a company, when you're at a big company or small company, really, that goes through a ton of changes, like you need to not let that bother your progress. And so I learned a lot about that of how do I manage a growing team that started at 2, by the way. I was the first employee of this digital team at Medallia, and now we have 40 and I'm leading that team. So over the span of 4 to 5 years, we've gone from just me as the first hire in this particular like acquisition product to 40 people globally that support like 1,000 customers. It's great and it's fulfilling, but how do I use all my learnings of being on a small team, being at the corporate company, to then leading a really great team of high performers? And let me get into it. Like one of the things around strategy, because I know that's what my section is around, that I've learned over these years is typically we all think that management and leaders need to keep the strategy close. Like we need to define the strategy, we need to manage it, we need to like dole out owners, and we need to drive it. Like it's all our responsibility. And I learned that actually like the biggest learning here is you cannot hold the strategy close to you. You cannot hold your cards too close to you. And that old way of management is the one who leads the strategy, defines it and drives it is not going to work, because that's what you hear from employees say, I want to know where our company is going. I want to know how I can help. I want to like, they want to grow in that way. They want to take on certain responsibilities to feel like they have a seat at the table. That's really it. And so that is one thing I learned. Like my first couple years, I was like, this is my vision. This is what I have to do. This is what I need the team to do. I was very going back to those themes. I was like very like headstrong in what I needed to do to run the business. And then I realized like I was burning out. I can't do everything. My managers and me can't do everything. And honestly, the team that's on the front line doing the work are the badass people with ideas every day. They see what's happening. They know what needs to be done. So that management owning the strategy is actually just creating a silo for you to not foster high developing teams, high performing teams, and the silo of like keeping your team close to where the business needs to go. So that getting feedback from your teams and like sharing, these are our goals, this is the strategy, and then actually having a discussion on how are we going to get there, and making them a part of the conversation really, I think, helps team morale and helps performance. And then it allows you to see, well, what are people's strengths? You know what? I'm going to put this guy over there to run this because he seems really passionate about that. That's going to end up driving our goal of X. So how do you utilize and activate your entire team based on their strengths to carry out that strategy? You cannot hold it close. You can't hold your cards close anymore in this world.
I like it also because it really fits in with a, you know, for lack of a better term, like an agile mindset, not necessarily agile software development, but the idea of having agility on your team. It's difficult to do that when you have one person who's like, you know, carrying the ball and everybody else is just trying to follow behind.
Oh, yeah.
But when you distribute that to your team, not only are you allowing yourself to be more agile and flexible because you're getting more sources of input, and you're also allowing yourself to be open to other sources of input,
Yeah.
but you're also opening up and being more inclusive of other ideas. And that's really important because as we well know, like no one of us has all of the answers. So opening it up to our team, I think obviously gives us the opportunity to see more vantage points. And then that's where you as a leader get to come in and really support that idea and help that person grow, but also benefit from the ideas they bring to the table.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
I like that you've taken that approach and that's been a learning that you've gotten. And not only that, but out of something that you saw wasn't working, you kind of started with the, like, I have the answer, I have the strategy, I shall hold it. Oh crap, I'm burned out. And also I'm not getting the great ideas from all these amazing people.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's like this, that's this myth that like leaders need to be the ones owning everything. And we are always right because we built ourselves and our credibility to get here. That's not true. Like you built yourself to be a leader, to use the team to drive the business, not for you to drive the business with your team doing the work. And I noticed this like from teammates asking questions. Like think about the signals that your team gives you every day and my team was giving me signals around like, where are we in relation to our goals? How are things going? I'm interested in taking on a new project. What could I focus on? Like they're asking these questions because they're not a part of the strategy. They are not, and they want to be. And so that was like a shift that I made that I think in like quarterly forums, I would bring, whether it's like a quarterly business review or just like a reset every quarter, every 3 months, that I recommend everybody do, is reset on, this was what we originally planned on. These were the goals and tactics in which we were going to take to get there. And then figure out, is it working? And don't be afraid to hear that it's not working. And then get your team's ideas on what else could we be doing. And when you open up that two-way conversation, it becomes more of like the top-down approach of here's what we need to do, but then the bottoms-up approach of how is everybody helping achieve that? And everybody feels like they have a seat at the table.
How do you go about, because I like this kind of like retrospective type idea where you're walking people through, here's what we did, how did it work, start, stop, continue, what do we like and not?
Yeah.
How do you go about, or do you go about teaching strategic thinking through your teammates? You know, how often do you involve them? Because, you know, if I think back to our time working together, something that was always on my mind was, I always thought, I'm going to train Jess with everything that I know. Whatever it is that I know, I'm going to try and teach you. And a lot of that was around, at the time, was really around strategy, how to think strategically about problems, how to build strategy, how to back your way from the goals through the tactics and lay out timelines. That was what my primary concern was when you were on my team, was like, let me teach you strategy because that's the thing I know, right?
Yeah.
How is that filtered into how you lead? Do you find yourself making that a priority in how you work with people?
It's interesting. That's a good question. I honestly don't know, but that's a good thing for me to think about as a leader. Like, how do I enable people to really like replicate my job a little bit? So I guess my answer is twofold. One, I need to do my job so well so that I am not needed. And so I need to bring my leaders into my thinking. Here's my thought process. Here's why I recommend this being the strategy, because we learned this before and this is where the business is going. So I'm seeing around a corner here. I'm trying to teach my team right now how to see around a corner.
Yep.
And understand what is not in front of us, but what is going to be 3 steps ahead of us. So taking them into my thought process is really important, because then I need them to replicate that with their teams. And so again, going back to how can I bring them on board with my thinking, understand that they may not think like me. They may like have their own things in their mind. One person may be thinking from a more product standpoint. One person may be thinking more operational standpoint. But that's the second part of the answer, which is what are their strengths? Understanding that one person, and what drives them, what motivates them. How do I give them a strategy and then figure out how they fit into it so that they can then carry out that part of the strategy. Like if the strategy is drive more sales for the business or become more profitable, like this year we want to be more profitable, then I'm not going to be talking about one lane of how to be profitable to all of my managers. I'm going to be talking about what appeals to how do our operations make us profitable? You're going to take this. You're going to figure this out because operations is your strength. How does our consulting day-to-day make us profitable and how we work with clients? You're going to take this. And I think that just goes back to bigger picture, playing to people's strengths. And then when somebody does take on the leadership role, they can understand, they can now be a multiplier themselves. So the next person in line to take my job, I hope that they do the same thing. They have a vision, but they're training people to see around the corners. And they're also finding ways to utilize and capitalize on people's strengths to get the job done. And that's that.
I love it. And in the book, I talk about something that is often the job of a leader is not to show people what to do, but to show them how to think, to illuminate something that they may not have seen. And you talked about that with seeing around corners, right? To teach someone to think strategically is to show them how you thought about a thing, break down the process for them and give them that as a tool, and then ask them, what do you think about this? Here's the goal that we're trying to get to. And you kind of talked about this with delegating, hey, how do we make operations profitable? Here you go. And you support them by showing you how you see around corners so that they can apply that same thinking
right
to finding the goal themselves. So I think you are actually teaching them how to think strategically. by way of showing them how you think
It's
and by
such an
putting it on
interesting
them.
question though, right? Like, how do you make someone more strategic? How do you make someone a leader? That's a big question. There's so
It
many
is.
elements, right? Like, how do you teach someone how to delegate? How do you teach someone how to have a vision? Like, just having a vision, that's really hard.
Yeah.
But it's a whole thought process, and it really comes with experience in bad experience and good experience. Looking at bad leaders, looking at good leaders, and looking at what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, and Jeff Harry said it earlier, for um, football teams, they practice the same drills over and over and over all week so that they can play in a 3-hour game, right? But in business, how often do we practice these skills like difficult conversations, teaching strategy, all these sorts of things? It's only until you get in the game and you start practicing your game reps that you actually start to see those things come into practice. So to that point, how do we teach strategic thinking? I mean, I think by starting with teaching strategy and then quizzing people and working with them and running through it and role playing and just trying to up level them by being committed to their growth.
Yeah.
So obviously that's a thing that you're doing.
Yeah, and I think we can like come full circle here. Like that's really what you did with me when you were managing me is like how do you like teach me your thinking and how you would work with a client or how you would just manage the business, even if it was something as stupid as making an Excel spreadsheet. Like that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter what it is, but take me on board. And actually, there is one piece of advice I got from an incredible leader during my time in the Silicon Valley software space, and she told me because I was taking on this big global team and I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to do this? And she made a comment that I really live by and I forget that I live by it. So I want to share it out loud. She said, take the team with you. Like bring the team on this journey of leading with you. And that was, it still resonates with me every day. Like when I'm doing something, why am I doing it in a pocket? Why am I doing it by myself? How do I take someone on with me? How do I take more than one person? How do I take the whole team on with me to think about where we need to take the business? And when I think back to my bad leaders, they did not do that. They held their cards close to their chest because they're the boss, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I feel like so much of the book that I wrote was because I was thinking about all the bad bosses that I had. And I basically said, what's the opposite of what they did? And tried
Yeah.
to write a book from the perspective of like, that would make for a better situation. And, I've tried to embody a lot of these as I've gone through my leadership journey, but I really appreciate the perspective that you're bringing from the experiences you've had leading a team of I've led a team of like up to like 30 something, but they were never like all my direct reports. They were just all people on the same team. And I really appreciate that, you've had the humility to go into a role like that and be open and to take the position that you don't know everything and to let that really guide you. And it makes sense now that you've explained, kind of like the take your team with you thing,
Yeah.
then they're going to be invested in your success because you're invested in theirs and you've been open enough to let them know that you don't know everything you're doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you made a comment in the last session around like caring about career development of individuals. Like understand that even though everybody has maybe the same job, like in title on your team, no two person is the same. No two person has the same strengths, and no two person probably wants to take their career in the same way. So
Yep.
like, how do you understand where does that person want to go in their third step? And how do I help them get to the next step so that their third step is fulfilled because of where I help them down here in step one?
100%. And I think another critical part of that is
Mhm.
don't hold on to people just because you're scared of letting them go. You have to let people go when they've outgrown you. You have to let people go when they choose a different direction.
Yeah.
And you have to be there. If you cared enough to hire them, then you should care enough to support them in whatever it is that they do next. And you figure out your way around. I think that that's a critical step that a lot of leaders make the mistake of. They're like, well, why should I invest in this person if they're just going to leave? Or why should I this? Because that's what you do as a leader. Your job, you're going to sometimes run through team members because they level up and level out, or you're going to people that aren't the right fit or whatever it is. You still invest in every single one of them as if you're going to keep them forever.
Oh
And you
yeah.
want them by your side as you try to climb the mountain.
Yeah. And going back to like visiting the strategy with your team, visiting your goals on like a quarterly basis, figuring out what's working, figure out what's not working, that actually really keeps people on your team. It's a good retention play because you are adding variety to their day. It's not always, well, we've done this. This is how we've always done it. And so this is how we're going to keep moving forward. It's let's revisit it every 3 months and understand what's going on and how it can change. Because when you can add variety to the workplace, to their day-to-day job, then you are fostering an environment of innovation. And then people feel like they're doing something different. And that's really, I think, what keeps people is they want to keep changing. They want to keep evolving. Even though it's very fair that your company as a whole is not evolving, but you as a leader of your team, you can help make things evolve, even if it's just one small pocket of the business.
Completely agree. So you have managers on your team, right? Like people that
Yes.
like have people under them, right?
Yes, I have about 7 to 8 managers, and then the rest of the team is dispersed around, below them, and that's why I need to replicate myself. I'm currently reading Multipliers, the book. I think I'm pretty late in the game to reading that book. I don't know why it's my first time reading it, but a lot of it is great to read, and it's a nice way for me to figure out how am I making my management, my managers of the team, how am I multiplying myself to them so that they can be multipliers to their team. And it just becomes a cycle so that whenever I do leave and say goodbye and go off to my next challenge, I'm not worried and they're not worried because I set them up for success.
So let's talk about how you're setting them up. So you've got some managers under you, and we're going to be looking through the lens of strategy, but I don't think we have to limit it to that. But how are you going about, so the reason I'm asking this is that I think being a manager and managing people is one thing. Being a manager that manages managers is a whole other thing, because now you're not just accountable for the people on your team, but you're accountable for the downstream of the people on their team. So how you train your managers and the sort of values you instill with them, how you teach them to think strategically, all of the different things that you've come up through and gotten to your position, you have certain things that are important to you that you want to see on your team. What's that look like on Jess's team in terms of the management that sits at the level beneath you or under you in the org chart? How are you guiding them towards building the type of team that can think strategically, can be agile, can, create the type of culture that you didn't see in previous roles that you left?
Well, I guess let me preface this by saying, like, on a day-to-day, our job, like what we get paid for, is to be software consultants. So we need to work with our clients and be great at what we do with our clients. But how we do that and how we operate as a team of 40 software consultants can be changed and iterated on all the time. And how we work with customers can be changed all the time. So my managers they manage their own individuals. They have about like a team of 5 to 6 or 7 each on their team. And they need to first understand, how do I help this person become the best software consultant? That is table stakes. And then how do I enable this person to stretch and try new things that end up identifying certain strengths that can help us run the business? Or how can I help them in their improvements that need to be made, whether it is working with clients or run the business? So then they need to create a safe space. And I think we do this very well because I have created a safe space for the team of, this is where we're going. We're open to your feedback. We want you involved, like creating that safe space for people to get involved and share their ideas. The middle level management needs to emulate that back in their individual conversations. They need to understand from an employee, what are you doing well and how do I stretch you? That's you individually as a professional. And what are things that you're experiencing that we could make better as a business, right? So it's like you as a person, us as a business becomes the 2 parts of conversation in our individual, like one-on-ones that my managers are having with their teammates. That information then gets brought up to our leadership meetings. And we try and understand, we're not talking about like this person's slacking off, this person's not, that's between the manager and the individual. That's not like, we don't need to talk about that. What we need to talk about is, what are we hearing from the front line? And this applies to even like if you're managing a store, right? Like, what are you hearing from the frontline employees that could help us do our jobs better? What is blocking us from doing our jobs better? Those become the conversations of our meeting. So training my team, and this is because I did it with them, of how do I help you become better at your day-to-day job, what you were hired for, so that you can get a promotion and you can grow. But how do you help me tell me what the business needs to operate better? What makes your job easier? What do I need to unblock for you? That's a big part of management and leaders, is just unblocking people and again, helping get things out of their way so that they can do their jobs more efficiently.
Yeah. All of this support, all of this helping people grow and helping them develop, and being open-minded has been like a real through line in all the things that we've been talking about here. You keep bringing it up kind of again and again about keeping this open mind and really learning from your people. And, really baked into it again is humility. It's the willingness to not know something. And I think, Mark, if he's still listening, the surprising gift of doubt would really appreciate your willingness to be like that. And I think it shows a lot of courage as a leader.
Yeah.
So I only have you for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to jump to my next guest, Leanne Davey, who wrote The Good Fight, which, by the way, if I know you're a big reader of all of the different books, if you haven't
I
read
know.
The Good Fight,
I have a list of books now after
oh,
this event.
today is going to be like an amazing day of like, fill out your book list. But The Good Fight, amazing book. You should, if you have the time, you should definitely stay tuned while we talk, but phenomenal book. And in terms of like being able to navigate like every possible kind of conversation that you might have to have at work, the book is chef's kiss. It's amazing. So she's coming up next. But the last question I want to ask you, and remember, we've talked about this. You can't say me.
I can't
because
say
it's just too obvious because we work together. But when I say lovable leader, who from your past or present comes to mind and why?
I actually don't think about individual people, but I think about certain like roles that were leaders, and I often think about professors, and I think we can all relate to that, like professors and teachers that we had in our past, in any subject. But if you think about it, and God bless educators in this country, because I know that they do not get enough credit, but if you think about it, like professors and teachers, like they are leaders in which they have a curriculum that they set. And sometimes they're just given it, just like a business gives us, like, this is what we need to do, go figure it out with your team and just do it. They're given a curriculum, but they're also shaping that curriculum and how they position it to the team. That's them telling a story to the class of what, like 100 people when you're in a university classroom with a professor. How do they take a curriculum and tell the story of how we're going to do that, how we're going to learn that as a group? And then, so that's the telling the vision part. That's the strategy part to your team, and getting your team, getting your classroom like on board. And then everyone each gets an individual assignment. Like that assignment is trying to figure out what people's strengths are. Like, what are the individual assignments? And then bringing those assignments back to the curriculum and back to like the learnings of what we're doing and why we're here. So I think that professors, when I think about lovable leaders, like I can think about a few from my own at Temple University, but particularly like when you have a really great professor, they are activating the group. They are activating discussion. They are activating ideas. They are activating this audience to perform individually, but also as a group in the discussion of whatever that curriculum is. So I thought about this question before I came here today, and I was like, I can name off a bunch of good managers and what they do, but I don't think that's really it. I think it's more of like, who are these people that really activate? Like activate is kind of like a key word to me in my own leadership, because when you can activate an audience or a team, then you get them on the journey with you, and you can figure out how everybody like swims to the other side with you.
Jess, thank you for coming on.
Oh,
honestly, I could not imagine of having had this event without you. And I'm so grateful that you've been in my life as long as, from the time we worked together and after that, we've kept in touch and that we're still in touch. And just know that I am routinely and regularly, when I see your face come up in my feed, incredibly proud of what you've done and like the leader you've become. It's just awesome to see. And I'm so happy for you and so proud.
Well, I am so happy. And you told me a year ago you were writing this book, and I was like, duh, like, of course you're writing this book. It's the perfect persona and message for you to send to everybody who reads it. So I'm very excited. I'm so sad I haven't read it yet, but it's on pre-order. I'm ready. I can't wait till it gets on my doorstep. And like, honestly, I might cry. I might like cry and think back to when you were my leader. So I'll let you know.
Well, between us and all the people watching, I am going to be doing most likely a special edition hardcover of this book.
Ooh.
It'll be a limited edition, and one of those copies has your name on it,
Oh, can't wait.
and will be signed.
Do I
And
get
especially
an
for you.
autograph? Do I get a
Yeah,
Jeff
it'll be
Gibbs
signed,
autograph?
of course,
Amazing.
of
Amazing.
course, and personalized, not just like my name on it.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
Thank you for coming on.
so much congratulations. And honestly, I'm ready for this book and I'm ready for the next. So I envision you having a follow-up.
I got like 3-4 more in the
can't wait.
pipeline. Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for
Love you.
having me.
Mwah. Thank you for coming on.
Bye.
Bye. Woo! All right, that was super meaningful for me. Full circle. Jess, the student has exceeded the teacher. She is like such a rock star in life, and I just learned so much from talking to her about how to manage a team of that size and scale and spread out, and it's just amazing. So that was really meaningful for me. Thank you for all coming along the ride for that one. The next guest I have up today is someone who I am thrilled to talk to. I did not learn about her book, The Good Fight, until after I had published mine, but it turns out that we are simpatico. We have a lot of the same ideas. Leanne Davey, thank you so much for coming on to my Lovable Leader launch event. And let me just say, I absolutely love your book. I bought the audio book and I just finished it up, and I loved it so much that I'm buying either the Kindle or paperback. I'm deciding which, because I have to go back through it, because there's just so much. We have so much in to talk about. So thank you for coming today.
Okay, don't do that. Just send me your address and I'll send you a nice hard copy. So don't hardcover. You get like, come on, don't be silly. All right. Yeah,
Oh my God,
come
let's
on.
talk
You
about
heard
it.
Jess.
Oh,
It's
hi.
gotta be signed. It's got you like, come on.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Amazing.
Okay, give me that.
We have so much to talk about today. So much.
You do.
So today you and I are talking about, we're talking about conflict resolution, but this is under the category of really productive conflict. It's what your book is about, which is absolutely incredible. So funny story. I think I told you this.
Ooh, a funny story about conflict. I love funny stories.
It's fun,
about
right?
conflict.
No, but I had been using the term productive conflict for several years. And I brought it up to someone that's in our mutual circle. And they were like, oh, Leanne Davies' book. And I was like, huh? So I had been using this term, and it turns out you have an entire like book dissertation full of like by the way, it might be the most tactical book I've ever read in my life. The examples in it, I immediately turned to my wife. She's always telling me to give more examples, more stories. And I was like, oh, well, you should just read Leanne's book. It's perfect. So, but we have said there were several topics in there, and there's actually one in there. I don't know if you tuned in earlier, but I shared what I think is the most important framework in my book. And it is called, I'm not lying, sit on the same side of the table.
Yes.
And you literally have it in your book. And I was like, what is happening? Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike.
You know what? I said that to my daughter when she was little. I think she was like 7 at the time. I said, well, you know, great minds think alike. And she goes, no, they don't, Mummy. And I was like, oh, damn.
Well, all right. Then.
But yeah, we'll let us off with it in this case. Yeah, it's very funny. My friend Colin Hunter, who has this great book called Be More Wrong. And you know what? He launched a podcast around Be More Wrong. And guess who we thought of to have for the first season? Who could be wrong more often than me? So that always makes me laugh. But yesterday, he and I were having a conversation about benches and how important benches are as places to have conversations that kind of open up and have hard conversations. And he didn't realize it because he doesn't have he's not a psychology nerd like me, but benches are great because we take away the eye contact, we bring down the emotional intensity, and we can have conversations that we wouldn't have when we're across a desk or across a table and kind of looking at each other. It's one of the things that makes all this 2 years of Zoom so hard is we're looking straight into people's eyes, and we're also at a distance that says to the brain, alert, like scary, they're in my space. So I'm all about same side of the desk, or if possible on a bench, whatever you can do. So yep. Absolutely.
I always think of it like a booth, and we have so much baggage around this too. Like when you were saying it, like, you know, staring eye to eye in it, and when you're sitting next to each other, it reduces the sort of like the emotional intensity. I was thinking part of that is our emotional associations to those scenarios, right? So when I was going through the design process of the book, the designers were presenting all of these options of 2 chairs on the same side of a table. And one of them,
Yeah.
it was a table that the chairs were facing like the viewer, and so it looked
Yeah.
like a courtroom. And I was like, oh no, that's not what we're looking for, right?
You can't handle the truth. Yeah, that's not
Exactly,
good.
right? So it had this like really aggressive feel to it. So I guess my point of that is like this whole idea of how do you think of it when you're sitting in a booth with someone, or when you're sitting on a
Yeah.
bench next to someone? Like it doesn't feel the same way as when you're sitting across from somebody at a table, like you're you're about to be interrogated or you're about to be interviewed. Those are all very high intensity. So I really like
Yeah.
that you had that same thought to you.
Yeah, and the other thing, just if there's any parents listening, I'm on the board of this wonderful children's mental health organization called Strong Minds, Strong Kids, and we recommend this to parents. One of the reasons that extracurricular activities are so great with your kids is because you can go pick them up in the dark at 9 o'clock. They're in the back seat, and you have that 10-minute drive where it's a place to say the things they might not say with that face to face and more intensity. So it works as a parenting technique. It works in relationships. It works in if you're a boss and a direct report, if you're coworkers, get side by side, face the same direction, have those bench conversations.
I love it. And just a quick personal anecdote. When my dad wanted to have the talk with me when I was a teenager, he brought me on a run. We went to a track and we went for a run around the track. Now, mind you, I was in probably better shape than I am now. I was playing basketball a lot and he was in pretty decent shape, but it actually helped to make what could otherwise be a slightly more awkward conversation much less awkward, because
Yep.
we were just on a run. We were just next to each other. And it wasn't like so let me talk to you about it. It wasn't this whole thing. It was very casual.
See, your dad could have written our books.
I'm not sure about that, but he definitely inspired part of mine.
Okay, good.
So here's where I want to start, because
Okay.
you use this term, I use this term, and I want to set the context for people. What do you mean when you say productive conflict?
Yeah, conflict that gets you somewhere,
Sweet.
preferably. Yeah, like that's it, right? So
It's right in the word.
unproductive conflict is just so much about we're going around in circles, we're wearing each other down, we're not creating a breakthrough, we're not getting past this, we're having to come back to it over and over again. All of that's unproductive. Productive conflict leaves the business in a better place, it leaves your relationship in a better place, and it leaves you less stressed out and in a better place. That's productive conflict.
I love it, because when I think about the term productive conflict, I often think so often we're fearful of having the conversation in the first place, so nothing gets done. So then we feel anxious because nothing's moving along. There's no resolution to a thing. And isn't that one of the things that you call conflict debt?
That's what I call conflict debt. So I needed a term for this. I felt like if we had a term for it, then
Yeah.
we could talk about it. And so what came to mind was this story. I don't know how many people have toll highways in their hometowns, but we have I live in Toronto. We have a big toll highway, and I live right in the middle of the city. So I don't need to use the toll highway very often because it's kind of out of my way. But one time I was going to a client and I thought, I'm going to take this toll highway. And so they take a picture of your license plate and they send you the bill. And so I got the bill for like $7, but it was like in olden days when you had to find a check, like a paper check, and you had
A
to
what now?
find an
A
envelope
payphone?
and a stamp. And I know.
Yeah.
So long story short, a year and a half later, I paid $132 to a collections agency for
Oh, my word.
for the privilege of riding a few miles on that toll highway. Anyway, so I think of conflict the same way. So you're on a Zoom meeting with a teammate, you're just about to start your presentation, and they turn off their camera. And in your head, you're telling yourself this whole story about, oh, like, isn't she so cool? Doesn't need to watch my presentation, or doesn't like my stuff, or isn't engaged. We come up with this whole story. Might have absolutely no relationship to the truth. But then in the afternoon, she sends you an email and you're like, sure, miss, good enough, not or too good for my presentation. And you respond to her email differently. And then she, who thinks everything is fine because she only turned off her video because the cat kept sticking its butt in the camera. She thinks everything's fine. Now all of a sudden she gets this nasty email from you. She's like, what's this about? And so in the meeting 2 days later, she's a little icy and the whole thing goes downhill. Well, that's just like my $7 issue that turned into $132. If in the moment You just said, hey, can I grab you for a minute after the call? Hey, what was going on when you turned off your camera? But we don't. We get into conflict debt. And so that next email comes in and $7 becomes $20. And then we go to the meeting and $20 becomes $75. And then there's some huge issue that maybe affects the customer or affects a project, all because we were in this conflict debt. So you can have great fun with this metaphor. I have a good friend, wonderful guy, and he'd been in debt with his wife about an issue for 2 years. And I said, you need to cut up your card. You need to deal with this stuff when it comes up. And he called me from the car and he said, we didn't have a very good morning. And I walked out of the house without dealing with it. But I called her from the car and said, we need to talk about it tonight. Is it okay if I just make a minimum payment on the card? I'm like, yes. You can have fun. But the metaphor really resonates with me because my first job, I ended up getting into so much conflict debt that I declared bankruptcy. That is, I quit because I didn't know how to get out of it. So yeah, that's conflict debt. And as soon as I say it, most people, I just sort of see them kind of like everybody recognizes there's probably a few places in life that they're in a little conflict debt.
Yeah. And it's funny, I've found, so I'm not one who's generally reluctant to engage in a confrontation over something. And I think partly these words are loaded: conflict, confrontation, collision. Any of these words about two things smashing together, it seems like it's going to be this violent outcome. But often it can just be a very simple addressing something so it doesn't fester and build and become something awful. But I've never been one to really shy away from these things. And I've found that as I've more proactively tried to resolve things in the moment or kind of force that conflict to get to a resolution, I've felt a lot less stress and anxiety in my life about things left kind of open loops, left out hanging. But that said, I also feel like I have a pretty decent handle on how to have difficult conversations, how to have great conversations. And those are things that I think make me more confident going into it. Do you think that a lot of the reasons why people avoid conflict is because they don't feel like they have the tools to necessarily engage in that conversation without potentially making it worse? Because it's sort of like, let's say you have the conflict debt and you're like, okay, I'm going to take care of this conflict debt, but then you decide to switch to a higher interest card by having that conversation. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, you've been in this and dealing with clients across the spectrum. What have you seen has been the major roadblock? Because it makes sense logically that you want to engage in this conflict to be able to get to a resolution.
Yeah, so that makes sense logically. So I'm going to back us up one step. So I have seen very large organizations spend millions of dollars training people on conflict skills. There are amazing conflict skill programs out there on the market. And I've seen companies who take 50,000 employees and put them all through it. And I see zero change in their willingness to have productive conflict. So let's step one step back.
Yeah.
Yes. Although not for me. I'm like, okay, you got any money left?
Yes.
Did I just say that live recorded?
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I made the money signs. So really mine was more uncouth than yours.
So basically the one step back is, humans, this is one of the coolest things I just learned recently. Somebody asked the anthropologist Margaret Mead for what was her first evidence that humans adapted evolutionarily as cooperative creatures. And, most people would think it would be various things around a campfire or those sorts of things. And she said, no, the first evidence we have of humans as being very collaborative creatures is we have a very, very, very old femur, leg bone, that shows evidence it was broken and then it healed. And what's interesting and exciting about that is any other animal in the animal kingdom, if your femur breaks, you die because you can't get away from predators, you can't get food. But the fact that there was a human who'd lived a long life after breaking their femur suggested somebody protected them and somebody fed them. So that was and I thought, okay, that's how many thousands of years of biology we have that make us collaborative, cooperative community creatures. So let's start with a little empathy for the fact that conflict doesn't come naturally, because if we were the ones who got into fights, or if our ancestors were the ones that got into fights, they got shoved out of the cave and eaten by the tiger. So not many of us had ancestors who were very good at conflict. So we start there. Secondly, we're socialized to believe that conflict is unprofessional, impolite, unladylike. So there's a lot going on before we get to the skills issue, which is that our mindset around conflict is that it's being a poor team player, that it's not how we're supposed to show up, and we need to change that first. But because that's how we're raised, because of that, we don't learn conflict skills in school, right? We don't learn conflict skills as a kid. We have some behavior that immediately gets called bullying. Everybody gets sent to the principal's office. Mothers are freaking out and picking up their kids and changing their schools and all sorts of stuff. We don't learn that conflict is a natural, normal part of relationships, and we need some skills for dealing with it. So then we don't have the skills, and then we're in the position you're talking about, which is I kind of now believe I need to have this conversation. I don't know how to do it without sounding horrible or making the person cry or getting them defensive. So yeah, skills is an issue. I just don't want to, yeah, Erica, I know, I wish we did too, because this children's mental health charity, I'm always saying we need to give kids these relationship skills like productive conflict. Because when you're 25 and entering the workforce, that's not the first time you want to ever be learning how to do this. We want it a
Yeah.
lot sooner. So I'm with you on skills, Jeff. I really, really am. I just, I've seen companies spend fortunes building skills, but it's like we bought everybody the most gorgeous screwdriver, but if they just leave it in the toolbox because they think it's, not right to use a screwdriver, then it's not really helpful. So we need both. We need to change the mindset first, tackle all the baggage we have about conflict, then we can build the skill set. And then beyond that, we can talk more about how that's not enough either. We got to get to habit.
Oh, we'll get to that for sure.
I figured.
I have another thing I got to throw in there, because
Okay.
as you're talking about it, I'm thinking, well, one, yes, culturally, there's a stigma against conflict. You don't want to do it. It's rude. It's this. We have a lot of baggage around it. Definitely one thing. Want to ask you about another element that I think may be contributing specifically as it relates to teamwork at work, and potentially, I think, on other types of teams, maybe in sports and such, but I think mostly in the business environment, is the element of competition and how that actually plays a factor. Because, I think about people on a team, the element of competition over scarce resources like promotions or, the boss's attention or anything like that could put us in a position where there is conflict, but it's unproductive. Or if there is something that could resolve and make the team in a better place, people avoid it, because by making amends with that person, you're no longer in a position where you may be able to beat them in a competition. Now you're in a cooperative mindset. So can you talk a little bit about how you've seen competition factor in as an element in why we struggle with adopting productive conflict as a remedy?
Yeah, and I think it's because the very white male version of business and the world was a zero sum game model.
Yep.
Right? A scarcity mentality, an up or out, like all of those sorts of things. And it's false. There is so much opportunity in our world that leaders who bring that scarcity mentality do their businesses a disservice, not just all of their people. So it's a terrible thing. There's an interesting longitudinal research study by Morton Hansen that says, we are talking a great game in our organizations about collaboration and about cross-functional this and that. And if you look at who actually gets ahead, it's the people who ignore everybody else and just make their own boss look good. And so all this stuff we're saying about collaboration is crap if our measurement systems, if our reward systems are only rewarding the people who throw everybody else under the bus. So it's really important that we move past that. Innovation depends on us being better at conflict, better at collaboration. Risk mitigation requires that we're better at bringing the diverse perspectives of different people. So I agree with you. you. I think that's been the model. I think that model, and interestingly, as we see the rise of other cultures and other countries in business, they don't have those same very North American, very Western models. They have communal models, community models, like very different. Yep, they might just eat our lunch if we don't figure this out. So
Well, I mean,
yeah,
it's classic game theory, right? Like if you're in a competitive environment, the competition wins in the game theory, whereas the best outcome overall is actually cooperation. So I'm
exactly.
100% in the camp of that. I want to go back to what you just said though, or where you were going to take it, which is about habits, because when you
Yeah.
said it, you give everybody the best screwdriver, but they put it in the drawer, it doesn't work. That to me sounded like, well, providing them with the solution or the training might not be the answer. How do you make it real and how do you give them things to start screwing in, let's say, with their fabulous brand new screwdriver?
That's what we need. More screwing.
More screwing in at business, right? Anyway, so the point being is you were about to talk about habits, and that's
Yeah.
definitely where my mind was. How do you make this
Yeah.
a real thing that happens on a regular basis? How do you make it safe for that? What's the starting points? And keep in mind that the book Lovable Leader is for new managers. So I want to always keep in mind that that's who I'm talking to here,
Yeah.
and who we're trying to talk to is, you're brand new in this role. You just got put into it. How do you make productive conflict a part of your own way of working and your team?
Yeah. So what I want you to think about, new manager, is I want you to think the way you've been raised is that conflict is an event. Now I want you to shift to saying, what if conflict could be a habit? And the simple way that people resonate most with this is to say, we want conflict to be like flossing, not like root canal.
Ah,
So
yes.
does that, and as soon as I say that, do you go like, okay, what's my daily dose of
Yeah.
flossing, a little bit of productive conflict, so I
No one likes
never
it, but it's
need.
good for your gums.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not that aversive. Like, I notice that if I don't get ready for bed sort of an hour before bed, before I'm going to read and things like that, I don't love to floss when I'm really sleepy. But if I'm on top of things and I'm, doing it at 9 o'clock instead of 10, it's all good, right? Well,
Well,
the
that's
same
also
is
good
true.
because of the conflict debt model that you propose, because
Yeah.
if you don't floss for a year and a half, that flossing is going to be really not fun. But if you do it
Yeah.
regularly, no big
There's
deal.
going to be blood. There is
Yes.
going to be blood.
It's
Yeah.
going to be no
It's
good.
Exactly. So, and there's probably a root canal in your future.
Yes.
So what I do, and I publish this exercise in the Harvard Business Review if it's useful to people. You can find it online, helping your team with more productive conflict, is new manager into your team. And what you want to do is you want to do an exercise where for every role on your team, you want to have people together, do it together as a team exercise, answer 3 questions. First question, what is the unique value of your role? What expertise, what experience, what do we count on you to bring? What kind of diversity of thought do we count on you to bring to our conversations? So sales is saying things like, well, I'm really coming at this thinking about how we differentiate from the competition and, these sorts of things. Well, operations is saying, I'm really thinking about efficiency. Great. Okay, question number 2. What stakeholders are you advocating for? And how are those stakeholders different? Don't focus on the ones that are the same. Everybody's like, the customer. That's not very helpful. But when all of a sudden you realize that some of the people around the table are thinking about the customer as the buyer, maybe that's procurement or the signing authority, and others are thinking about the customer as the user or the consumer, you realize, oh, well, these are very different perspectives we have. If one of us is thinking about a buyer and one's thinking about a user, okay, it's useful to know that. And no wonder we're feeling all this tension in our conversations, because the buyer and the user are often, the buyer's like, just get me something cheap and cheerful. The user's like, this UX sucks, right? So it's often in tension. So when you can understand, and when you understand the finance person is thinking about the regulator and whomever, you start to go, oh, no wonder they're often disagreeing with me or saying something different. And then the final question is the big one, which is, so what is each role's obligation to conflict? What are they obliged? What tension are they obliged to put on our conversations? So the salesperson is obliged to say, is it, appealing? Is it compelling? Is it differentiated? While the ops person is obliged to say, is it standardized? Is it efficient? Is it scalable? And all of a sudden, when you get to the end of this exercise, it's often a little quiet for a bit while everyone's like, oh. And all of a sudden they realize. So it's supposed to feel tense in here sometimes. And then for new managers, I really want you to listen to this. Then you realize that your role is not to be pulling on any one of those ropes, but instead to be helping come to the optimal decision, taking all of those factors into consideration and helping people understand, how do those tensions need to shift based on what's changing in the world? What's more or less important? If we have to compromise on one of those things, which is the one where we can afford to take a little risk and where can we not? So as a manager, thinking about it not as I'm in the tug of war, but thinking about it as, I kind of own the whole thing and I'm trying to make sure we get the optimal decision. This exercise, it is kooky how after doing this exercise, teams just feel so much more liberated. So if you go around and you do that wheel on all these decisions you're making, like flossing, everybody just gets so accustomed to it. And it's just so much easier and no root canal required.
I love it. And it makes me, as you were describing that, and when you first kind of laid out the sales and the operations, I pictured the leader's job of kind of sitting in between and sometimes playing translator, right? Saying like, this is what this stakeholder or this group and what their goals are, and this is what yours are. Let's find the alignment between those two and figure out how we can support each other. And kind of being able, like a conductor, basically choosing where you're going to be diverting your attention and aligning everyone around that in the, at the time that needs to happen. So I completely get that metaphor and I understand that exercise and why it would be so impactful and powerful. You said that's an HBR article?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to try and we have a break coming up after your session. I'm going to go and grab that and throw it in the chat for everyone so that they can go and find that article. That's
Awesome.
going to be really useful. Thank you.
Your
book is so full of conversation templates, frameworks for different types of conversations, models for assessment. It's an incredible and invaluable guide that I think every new manager who's tuning into this should go and pick up. But I know we don't have time to go through too many of any of those, but could you just quickly, very briefly touch on what is the U? Just a teaser so that people could because it's even hard to think about without seeing like the graphic and going through it. But can you talk just real quickly about
Do you
it?
know the Miami Hurricanes logo? Picture that.
Yeah.
If you know that logo of the U. Yep. Okay. So what it is it's the first big tool I share in the book, which is one of those creating healthy habits tools. And it comes from the idea that so much conflict we have in organizations is because we do a terrible job of sharing our expectations and setting people up for success. When we do a terrible job of setting people up for success and they then disappoint us, then we get into a lot of conflict on all sorts of sides. It is nearing Valentine's Day. So let me say in the book, I refer to this as the Valentine's Day effect, where we hold an expectation of someone, but fail to communicate that expectation and merely wait for them to disappoint us.
But they should just know.
No, that does not work. I've been married 25 years. That does not work.
Does not work.
If there is something you imagine for what someone could do on Valentine's Day to show their undying love and affection for you, I suggest you communicate it to them. Yeah. So the U does a couple of things. It looks at what's the unique value I need to add to position people to succeed. So it looks at different levels. It says, and what do I need from the level above me so that I can add my value, and what do I need to delegate and expect of the level below? So that's the first thing. The U is separated into like a macchiato. It's got like the foam and the milk and the coffee. Yeah. It's got those levels. And then the reason it's a U is because so much of what creates conflict is we add value after someone has done the work. So I always say, if somebody's baked these beautiful carrot zucchini muffins and afterwards you come and say, ew, carrot zucchini muffins, and you start shoving chocolate chips into their muffin. That's what we do with people. We don't set clear expectations about what we want from them. And then after the fact, we poke at their work and kind of tear it apart. So the U has two halves, because we want to talk about how do we add more value up front before they start baking, before they buy any ingredients, as opposed to shoving chocolate chips in the muffins once they're baked. So that tool, it's another one. It's in the book, chapter 7, and it takes you through everything you need to do this exercise with your team to say, how does every level in our department set everybody else up for success, and how do we do it proactively so we avoid those fights that's unproductive conflict, right? That
Yes.
chocolate chips in the muffins conflict,
Just
it
picturing that
ain't
right
pretty.
now, and carrot zucchini muffins sound delicious. I think chocolate would ruin it.
You're
So
hungry
yeah,
with
I
a nice
totally get it.
macchiato.
Yeah, and it robs people of their ownership, right? So
Yeah.
like, one of the things I talk about in the book is like, a good leader doesn't take credit for their team's success. And they also they don't point blame when things don't work. They own the blame and they own the results not coming through, and they never take credit for their team's success. And I think in the same way, somebody comes to you with those beautiful muffins, you start shoving chocolate chips in. What is their motivation next time to bring something to that bake sale? They're just going to bring you some Entenmann's in a
Nothing.
box. That's all you got.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Here, you get a box of the powdered sugar because
Yeah, that's it.
it cost me too much last time to go to all that effort, to be invested, to care about this, to slave over it. Forget it.
Yeah, completely. Well, I want to first thank you for coming on and supporting the book launch, sharing
Yeah,
your brilliance.
yay, lovable leader.
Yeah, and I really can't encourage people enough to go pick up your book. I'm only embarrassed that it took me so long to read it, because it's really fantastic. So I want to end on the last question that I've been asking every guest,
Okay.
which is when I say the words lovable leader, I'm
Mhm.
curious if anybody comes to mind from your past or from your present, and if you could share a little bit why any of those people might come to mind for you.
Yeah, I guess the person who really comes to mind first for me is a former coworker. Her name is Tammy Hierman, and she was just one of those really lovable leaders to watch because she was super smart, and her super smarts always came out as helping people understand what they could do rather than telling them what they should do. And so a really lovable leader for me opens your horizons to what's possible, what could be, and stays very far away from telling you what you should do. That's lovable to me.
I think that's fantastic. So thank you again for coming to my book launch and for sharing your
Congratulations.
brilliance. Thank you so much. You know
And
what work it
I
is.
heard Jess encouraging you on future books, and as someone who I leave 6 years between my books because I know what a Herculean effort it is both to write it, but also to do this work and get
Yes.
it to its audience. So I'm just going to enjoy the lovable leader. Take a breath before
Cool.
before
I
the
will.
next one.
And that's helpful for me too, because I have a tendency to accomplish, move on to next thing, accomplish, move on to next thing. And this is the one where I'm really trying hard to just appreciate this. Take a pause, take a breath, let it land, let it be a thing that exists out there and not steal its thunder by releasing another book after it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'll take my time. Thank you for that. Thank you for coming on. I really appreciate you.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
I'll
Bye-bye.
see you. Bye. Okay. That was Leanne Davey. Please go get her book. I'm like really not kidding. It's freaking phenomenal. So we've heard today from Angela Chi on communication. We've heard from Mark Pittman on goals. We've heard from Jess Gangemi on strategy. We just heard from Leanne Davey on productive conflict. And I hope you have a giant reading list ready for yourself. So I'm going to take a short break, but I want to take this moment. We're going to be coming back at 3:30 to talk with Celeste Headley, who is the author of Do Nothing, another book I strongly recommend you buy, especially if you're a recovering quasi every once in a while workaholic like I am. It's a really good reminder that you need those pauses. You need those breaks. It's actually one of the reasons why I built in all these commercials and breaks in the midst of this full day instead of just going back to back to back to back, because the little breath, little sips of water, little bathroom break, little time out from under the lights does a body good. So if you haven't picked up your copy of The Lovable Leader yet, go on over to Amazon, pick up a copy, pick up two. You want a signed copy? I can do that. I can do that. Whatever it is, please go pick up a copy. Leave me a 5-star review. And I'll be back at 3:30 to talk with Celeste Headley. See you then. All right, back. All right, so I'm just going to set you up for our next guest. I'm going to read you a little something about her. So as many of you know, I read a lot of books. I like books. Books are something that I'm very fond of. And I stumbled across this book by Celeste Headley called Do Nothing. Tagline of it is How to Break Away from Overworking, Overdoing, and Underliving. And I liked it so much after I read it the first time, I read it again. It's a really phenomenal book. So let me tell you a little bit about my guest that's coming up in the next 5 minutes. Celeste Headley is an award-winning journalist, professional speaker, and author of We Need to Talk, How to Have Conversations That Matter, and also the book Do Nothing, How to Break Away from Overdoing and Underliving. She's an expert in conversation, human nature, reclaiming common humanity, and finding well-being. She frequently provides insight on what is good for all humans and what is bad for us, focusing the best research in neuro and social science to create increased understanding of how we relate to one another and can work together in beneficial ways in our workplaces, neighborhoods, communities, and homes. She's a regular guest on NPR, American Public Media, and a highly sought consultant advising companies around the world on conversations about race, diversity, and inclusion. You may have seen her TEDx talk, which is about sharing 10 ways to have better conversations. It has over 26 million views. And she serves as an advisory board member for Procon and the Listening First Project. She's the CEO of Headway DEI, a nonprofit that works to bring racial justice and equity to journalism and media through targeted training and interventions. And she's the recipient of the 2019 Media Changemaker Award. Her newest book is called Speaking of Race. It's available now, and she is the granddaughter of composer William Grant Still, the Dean of African American Composers. So pretty exciting guest we have coming up. As I mentioned, I read her book Do Nothing twice last year, and it was so important. And the reason why I wanted to invite her to come on, and I'm so thrilled that she accepted the invitation, is that I think a lot of us who find ourselves in a leadership role, if you find yourself in a leadership role, sometimes it's because you got dropped there. A lot of new managers find themselves in that place. But if you step up to and choose leadership, whether it be in the role that you were dropped into or just something that you go and pursue until you acquire the leadership role, you're probably the type that has that kind of go get 'em attitude. You're probably very ambitious. You have big goals you want to accomplish. Maybe you are driven by purpose or a mission. And that's all great. That's something that obviously I'm very proud that I'm that way. But there is a downside that comes to that. Um, Sometimes it comes at the expense of your mental health. Sometimes it comes at the expense of your physical health. The amount of stress that can come with a job, such as being a leader, is immense. And as I mentioned earlier, leadership is both a burden, a responsibility, and a privilege. And I think sometimes when leadership becomes a burden, it's because we fall out of balance. So I was really excited when I reached out to Celeste, and she made herself available to come on. She just arrived in the green room, so I'm going to let her in 2 minutes early so we can get started on this conversation. I don't want to waste a minute that I have to talk to her. So without further ado, I'm letting in Celeste Headley. Thank you so much for coming, Celeste.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Hello there.
Hi. So this is the Lovable Leader book launch. And basically what I wanted to do was find amazing people that could talk about the different concepts that are in the book, but not about my book, but about their work. And I was so incredibly into your book, Do Nothing, that I've recommended it to, at this point, probably hundreds of people. And I read it twice in a row, which I've only done probably about 3 or 4 other books in my life. So really made a big impact on me. So when I reached out to you, it was because I really wanted to talk with you about balance. So thank you so much for accepting my invite.
My pleasure. Like, what was it you think that stuck out for you? Like, what resonated?
So what resonated for me in that book was you were talking about yourself as a leader in radio, and how you had told your people to like take their sick days or take their vacation days, and that they didn't listen, and that you kind of realized that you weren't exactly modeling the behavior that you expected them to do. And I was like, oh snap, guilty as charged. I get her. She get me. So I looked at it as anybody who's in that mindset of like just the grind, either by way of like internalized capitalism or just the drive to make a difference in the world. It's so easy to fall out of balance, and it's so easy to overwork. And I think back to like 2014, 2013, I had just gotten divorced and I poured myself into my work, and I was putting in like all of the hours. If I had the hours, they were at work. And I got up, I went to the bathroom, I got food, I sat back down. So you have a book called Do Nothing. And I was like, well, that's absurd. Who would do that nothingness? How do you sit in that? And, part of what resonated with me about it was you're talking about, just creating the space to kind of daydream and do nothing. And I realized it was, as I was reading it, I was realizing that over the prior several weeks, I was overwhelmed with guilt about sitting down to play video games, which is something that I profoundly enjoy and I find very relaxing. It's very like stimulating to my ADD, but calming. And every time I would sit down to do it, I would feel incredibly guilty that I was taking this time for myself and I had all these things on my to-do list. And your book just spoke so much to that thing that's in us that makes us do that. And so that's what resonated. And your book got through to me. So at the end of it, the thing that actually resonated was that not only did you say it, and not only did it make sense to me, but I got the message.
And how's that working out? Like,
it's a day-to-day struggle, but you know how it is.
It's hard.
It's not like I didn't,
It's really
I haven't won the game here.
Yeah.
I just got what you were saying. So I try to, I'm a type that has to kind of systematize things. So I've built in time to be off. Like I take Fridays off to be with my daughter. That's a time where I really do not take calls. I protect that time. And I'm just really appreciative of that work. And I know you've done a lot of other work, the difficult conversations about race and DEI and all that. And that's a very important part to my book as well. I haven't read those of yours yet. I just discovered you. I've got that, but they're on my list. They're definitely on my list, and we can get into it as well, because it's part of it. But I want to talk with you about balance. And what I mean by that is a couple different things. And I'll just kind of let you riff and talk a bit about, where you come in on this. Cause I know, your background wasn't always that, you had this platform. You had a lot of years of like really grinding it out and working hard and teams. And I want to let you share that as well. But when I think about balance and the role of leader, there's kind of two sides of it, which is how do you maintain the balance between the extremes of I take total control of everything, or I'm totally hands off, or I'm open to all of your feedback and I take every bit of your feedback, or I make all of the decisions. Like there's this balance between all of these different elements of, being a workaholic versus being non-existent. How do you see the job of a leader? How do you find that balance in being a leader? So that's kind of the first part of it. And the second is really what Do Nothing is about, which is related to self-care. How do leaders, because we tend to be so driven, so ambitious, so type A, so we get into that role for a reason. How do we remind ourselves the business case, the personal case for taking that time off and not overworking ourselves? So there's just all the sort of things I want to cover today. And I figured I'll just let you kind of take it from there for the start.
Well, let me get started by saying the answer to both questions begins in self-awareness. So in terms of striking that balance between the feedback and the, being in control or not being in control, you hire people for a reason. And it's because hopefully they have skills and talents that you don't have, right? They're filling in gaps for you, which means you have to be very aware of what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are, and then allow other people to do their jobs. There's something that organizational psychologists have pointed out as a problem for quite a long time, which is the expertise trap, which is that we tend to think that the skills that got us a job are also the skills that we need in order to move forward and progress. And that is rarely the case. Also, it's that when you become an expert in one field, you tend to think that you're more than average intelligent in all fields. And
I've read that.
And a few clicks on Google can make you an expert in a field. That you have to have enough self-awareness to realize that's not true, and let other people be experts in what they do. I did a short original for a little short, like 14,000 word thing.
Oh, just short 14,000 word thing.
Believe me, that's short.
Yeah.
For script. And they sent, like 3 versions of the cover to look at. And I was like, okay, well, I like the middle one, but I'm going to be honest with you, visuals are not my thing. So I'm going to defer to this person and this person who I know that's their area of expertise. So that's number one in terms of letting things out of your control. If it's something that I do better than most other people, I will take feedback, but I'm the expert, right? And in terms of finding a balance in your own life and projecting that to others, it always starts with yourself. And the quality that is so rare these days is interoception, which is that connection between your body and your mind, being aware of your own body and your own state of mind.
Got it.
A lot of people don't have that. They're working so hard. And not only that, but we have all these systems in place to sort of short circuit our own instincts about ourselves. We're like, we get up every single morning and we work out at this time for this amount of this, for this length of time at this intensity and blah, 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 we're going to do it no matter what. That's not quite how the body works. Sometimes it's able to do that. Some days it's a little less flexible, whatever it may be. So reestablishing that connection between your own body and yourself to know what you're capable of and what you're not that day, instead of that horrible phrase, rise and grind.
Yeah.
Knowing this about yourself maybe might give you a little bit more trust in your employees when they tell you that they're burning out or they're tired or they need a little time.
Yeah. I was just thinking the person who popped into my mind, and I'm sure you've heard of this person, but do you know who David Goggins is? So like immediately what went to my mind is, imagine David Goggins is your manager. How are you going to go to him and tell him that you were tired today? Right. Or tell him that, you're just not in the headspace to be able to think creatively. I mean, like, this is a dude who will like run with like, a broken foot and like a bleeding kidney for 100-mile marathon. And like, that's his whole shtick. But I think on the other side, what you're talking about is, using the vulnerability to create that connection and the openness for people to talk to you. What occurred to me is that it's so common for us to mask up, to like put on the smiley face, to put on the show that we're okay and that everything's good. And it's like, you get up and do the workout in the morning, even though you don't feel like it. Sometimes we arrive at work and we pretend that we're the I have my shit together person when we really don't. And I don't know where that comes from. Do you think that that's a cultural thing, a personal thing, a combination of all of it? And what's it take for a new leader to like break out of that mold so that they can create better connection with people?
And I mean, I think there's a lot of different sources for that, but a big one is this whole worship of sort of the self-made person, right?
Yes.
Usually it's a self-made man, and there's all these sort of legends about how hard these individuals worked. I will make no comment on the veracity of their claims of how hard they worked, but I will say it's unlikely that they did themselves any favors by working an 8-hour week. It's just unlikely. They probably would have worked better and been more creative had they not. So, one of the things that you have to do is you can bring other people in to help you. And I find this in my research in almost every field that that I'm an expert in, right? Like in conversation, if you're trying to improve your conversation, one of the best things you can do is say, hey, I've noticed I interrupt people all the time. I'm going to say to my friends, I'm trying to break this habit. If I do it, can you please stop me, point it out, and that will help me learn to break this habit. This is the same thing with our addiction to toxic productivity. And I will mention, just as a side note, that we know through research that one of the 3 main signs of a toxic workplace is hyper-competitiveness and working long hours. So not a great sign for your workplace. I mean, think about what Google is going through right now and all the employees are saying it's a toxic workplace. This hyper competitiveness and then the working long hours, those are 2 big signs. But you can also do this in your own workplace, in which you can say to your employees, listen, we want to make this a productive and healthy work environment in which we're invested in your well-being and my well-being. And if I send you an email at 9:00 at night, you do not need to answer it. And in fact, I want you to remind me, because it's a habit I have that as soon as I think of something, I send an email. So if I do that, please just point it out. I want your help. So you can invite that feedback to make it a group problem solving, right? And that sort of lowers this barrier that A, you're expected to be perfect at this all the time, and B, people understand that that this is a value for you, that you're serious about it, and that this is you're all a work in progress.
That's got to be so difficult, especially for people at the start of their career. I think that perspective really resonates for me at this stage of my career, where it's like, it's okay to actually say, I don't get it, or I need help with this, or I'm not good at this, or this is a thing that I want to improve on. I could use your help. But I feel like at an early stage of my career, that would be such a terrifying proposition to say, I don't know, because you're supposed to know, right? That's how you get ahead. And our culture has really, propagated this myth of the meritocracy, that like, you're going to do well if you do well and you know things and you're better than, and the hyper competitiveness and the grind and all of that. But and you said your research has shown these are the things that are actually totally counterproductive to what we are trying to do. And I found that, when you laid out so much in the book about in Do Nothing, about the actual science behind taking the time off and like what that actually does for us with breaks and things like that. There was so much that you put in there about that. And I found that really resonated. So we know that this is the case, right? You're laying out the case that this is true. The science backs it up. The research backs it up, that this is how we create better workplaces. And yet we still have a hyper competitive, put in the hours, myth of the single made man thing that's going on. If you were to change anything about how we train new managers, if you were to change anything about how we encourage new leaders to think about their roles, how would you do it? How would you do it so that they better, because we can say it till we're blue in the face, but like, how would it be changing the rewards in the company? Would it be changing the way we communicate? Like, where do you think it's broken?
A few things here. I mean, first of all, I would train new managers. That
Starting
rarely
point, yeah.
happens. People get promoted into managerial positions, and someone will be an excellent salesperson, and so they become a sales manager with no training whatsoever in how to manage people, even though there has to be a recognition on some level that managing people is a completely different job than selling, right? And yet we do not train new managers. So
Yeah.
let's start there. But yes, let's look at turnover. Let's look at retention. Let's look at how well your employees do, not just in terms of sheer numbers, which can be sustained for a certain period of time, but also what's the burnout level in your department. Also, it's difficult to measure, but how about innovation? Are you still doing things in that department the same way that you did when you first started? Because it's unlikely that there's no changes that would make your process better, that would make your workplace habits better. And therefore, if you haven't made any changes, why? You're not innovating then. Another thing is that, this idea of butts in seats, that's such a 19th century measure. And it doesn't help at all. You cannot possibly know that somebody is dedicated to the firm because they're there longer than anyone else. It definitely doesn't make them more productive. It doesn't make them more creative. It doesn't make them more innovative. It just means they're sitting at their desk, and research shows they're probably not working the whole time either. They're shopping for plane tickets and doing their grocery shopping and all those other things, which is fine. I'm not criticizing that. I'm just saying that them sitting at their desk, that's the reality. They're just sitting at their desk. It tells you absolutely nothing. So stop measuring that. Who cares? At the end of the day, if somebody has gotten all of their work completed and they are productive and they want to go home, let them go home. Let them go home. All that's going to do is entice people to really focus in, find that deep focus that we want people to find when they're at work. It's going to teach them how to click into that more quickly so that they can churn out that work and really perform at a high level and a very efficient level. So, incentivize that. Incentivize creativity and focused work rather than just sitting there and making a memo that probably should only take you a half hour to write, end up taking you 4 hours because somehow you have to fill the hours of the day.
Yeah, there's a law that's called, like, where the work
it's in the work will expand to fit the time necessary in order to complete it, right? Yeah, that's it is absolutely correct. If your boss gives you till Friday to write up a report, surprise, surprise, it'll take until Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about, the person who, we let's say we train new managers, we drop them into it, thinking so much of the pressure in that new leader role And I'm curious if you experienced anything like this in the early part of your career, even now, where there's pressure coming. I know you really work for yourself now, so probably not as much, but pressure coming from above that, like, let's say even you want to be able to create a culture on your team where, let's say, you take feedback from people or you open it up, or you don't worry so much about butts and seats and you just work on outcomes and deliverables, right? So maybe you want that, but the corporate culture is fighting back against you. Do you think that there's a way that people who are moving into the new generation of leaders are able to manage upwards to change the culture so that we're able to start focusing on what we actually know to be true, that it doesn't matter about how much time you spend, it matters on how engaged you are in your work and the output of your work rather than the time of your work, all of those sorts of things. Do you think that managers have the capability to do that, on a grand scale? Are you confident about that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do they have the skills? I don't know, but
Yeah.
they're absolutely attainable and trainable. If I have an issue, and this has been true throughout my career. I mean, when I first started managing people, I had no idea what I was doing, and I probably mucked it up on an hourly basis. But I will say that going into your supervisor and making it a creative problem solving, in other words, I have this issue, and I wanted to get the benefit of your expertise and your advice. Can you help me with this? And then you go and you say, listen, I'm there's a lot of churn. There's turnover in my department. I find that people are sort of doing the minimum to get things done. And I really want to encourage deep focus. I want to encourage innovation. I want to get people working at their highest level. Can you work with me on how I might be able to achieve this, how we can achieve this together? Um, you can go in and say, listen, some of the metrics we're using for performance evaluations do not seem to be leading to higher performance. Can you discuss can we talk this over? Can you help me solve this problem together? I want to make sure that my performance evaluations are actually reflecting what I need in my department. So I would engage them in this problem solving together. They say this thing of like, managers don't want you to bring problems unless you have a suggestion for a solution, right?
Mhm.
That's a huge cliche. And that's true. But at the same time, I also think they very much, and I very much appreciate it when my input means something,
Yes.
right? When I actually have something valuable to say. I'm not saying I have the answer to everything. I'm just saying maybe my input can help. So come into that meeting, yes, having an idea of what kind of things you want to do, but then truly engage it with curiosity in what your supervisor thinks and how you might solve the problem of the way things have always been done versus how we might make them better going forward.
I dig that. And that's important because we actually talked a little bit about this earlier today about when you lead upward, oftentimes you're going to be going in with a little bit more of a solutions mindset because there's a person who presumably is in more meetings, has less time, and doesn't want to work through yet another problem. So they want you to kind of come with a solution. But I appreciate the fact that you're what you're suggesting is everything I know about leaders. They also have a lot of opinions and they also have a lot of ideas and they have more experience. So maybe they do have something to contribute to it. So also creating the space when you're managing upward to invite that input, but still with the, I guess, going in with the intention of trying to co-create a solution, just coming with a little bit more of the solution, maybe prepackaged.
I would also say make sure that you keep it in an experimental environment. In
Mhm.
other words, so often in business, we come up with a solution. Sometimes it's based on nothing, right? There's no experience to back this up, and that's it. That's the end of the conversation. Here's our solution. Okay, let's implement it and done. Right. And we don't return to that issue again unless a problem arises. I would instead say, okay, let's come up with like our top three options and we'll let them run for 30 to 60 days and we'll see how that works. Come in with the idea that you're going to work through it and failure is data. That you're going to learn more about what works best rather than trying to just arrive at your solution and move on. That experimental environment is going to be so much more productive and creative and innovative, all those things that you want. After all, you want to be able to measure progress. um, and it doesn't matter. Measuring progress doesn't matter if you've just have rubber stamped it and moved on.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because it also is a real reminder to avoid the extremes in any of the cases that we've been talking about. It's like don't go in and just say, here's the solution, whatever. When you come up with a solution, just don't just run with it as if it is the only solution. When you talk to your people, don't talk at them, and also don't let them dictate everything. There's sort of, and this really is what comes back to this idea of balance, which is that, you have to kind of be a little bit detached from whatever the thing is that you're doing to leave space that you could be wrong. And also, I think the point you made earlier about accountability is a really important one, because the original question I kind of wanted to explore with you is, how does a leader keep themselves in balance? How do you keep yourself from going one way or the other? And I think part of it is by stating your intention and then bringing in outside parties to be able to keep you from going too far in any direction.
Right. And, this is at every stage of this, you have to have some kind of accountability. Like when I wanted to figure out how many hours of focus I had each day, I sat there and worked every day until I couldn't focus anymore. And then I'd record the time. Right. And I did that for weeks. And
Yeah.
I realized I had like maybe 4.5 hours of focus each day. That's my average. And that's it. Right? You don't come up, you don't just pluck things out of numbers. You don't read some Inc.com article that says the best executives focus for 6 hours a day. That great for them.
Thank you for saying it. Because I have this whole
Oh,
thing
it's
about the
so
5
dumb.
a.m. club that
Oh
just,
God.
I'm a night owl, and I can't tell you how often I feel like, God, am I such a loser that I'm up late and they're all up so early getting the early bird, getting the worm. And like, there I am not able to get up without my second cup of coffee until about 10 a.m. I'm not really like there, but I can be up late at night, and that's when my focus is. So I appreciate that. It's like, find what works for you,
Yeah.
test it out. Be willing
That's
to
what's Yeah, that's what interoception is. It's understanding your own body and your own mind and yourself to figure out how you work best. And unless you do that, I mean, no article that's telling you the 9 things successful people do. That's not going to help. That's great for them.
Yeah.
Awesome. But how the heck is that going to help me? I did this for a while where they tell you that, happy people make their bed in the morning, right?
Yeah. I tried that too.
Yeah.
I mean, I did feel a little bit better, but it wasn't noticeably
Yeah,
different.
there was no measurables there. Like I
Yeah.
couldn't. I mean, now I'll take the blankets and I'll flip them back so that
Yeah.
it's not. But other than that, I'm not gonna make my bed every morning.
Who has
That
time
does
for that?
not work. It doesn't. It just
Yeah.
doesn't work for me. If you want to make your bed every morning, if that makes you feel great, then great. But me, it does nothing for me, so I'm not going to do it. And the same thing is with your employees. Maybe you have an employee who thinks best in the afternoons or in the evenings. You want to get rid of that employee, or you just want to let them work in a way that's conducive to their own creativity, their own imagination, their own deep focus, and take advantage of that. I think there's something I cited in the book that said that something nearly, I mean, over 90% of employees say they never engage in deep thought while they're on the job.
Yikes.
Think about that.
Yeah. And especially how many of them probably have strategist in their title.
Right. Think about that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And so as leaders, we have to think about, okay, so that's not working. So let's try and problem solve this. And again, failure is data. Like, let's try and solve this so that we have created an environment in which people can engage in deep thought. It'll cut down on errors. It'll increase the creativity it'll cut down on miscommunication problems. What you lose in terms of the time it takes to come up with a new solution, you will gain in terms of accuracy, innovation, and also better communication. I mean, the number one cause of project failure is miscommunication. The number one cause of miscommunication is overuse of email, right? So we have to look at some of these problems and say, okay, so this isn't working. What's a better way?
Yeah, it's like that whole expression, if you can lean, you can clean. And then we wonder, when everybody's stuck in the mode of reaction and instantaneous response rather than careful consideration about things, we wonder why there's miscommunication, or why
Yeah.
people seem like they're being reactionary to things. Well, we don't give people the time to actually think, to take a deep breath, and to think about where it is that we want to go together. So I really appreciate that, because it's something that I think a lot about. Mainly because I've noticed it in myself when I'm pushing and pushing and pushing too hard. And I feel like, well, I just really haven't had a lot of time to really think about this problem. I'm reacting, and I know I'm not giving you my best because I'm just in reaction mode. And I'm only telling you what I already currently know and is available in my short-term RAM. I'm not able to actually think through a new solution for you because I haven't given myself the time.
Yeah, where this shows up a lot is in meetings. I did just before the pandemic shut us all down, I did a several sessions at the TED Women Conference on creating better meetings. And it was sold, they were sold, I kept having to add new ones because they got completely booked up.
You could probably be booked for the next year on that.
Right. And one of the things I try to teach people is stop holding meetings because that's how things are done.
Yeah.
You don't need a meeting. Don't hold a meeting. Right. And it's like, you're talking about this reaction. Like, we keep these meetings on the books that just, here's our Friday meeting or whatever. And it's like, look, stop wasting people's time at the meeting if it's not necessary. Think it through. Ask yourself, what is it that we need to accomplish in this meeting? If all that you need to accomplish is to relay information, you don't need a meeting.
A memo.
Right.
I think it's Amazon that has a memo culture. It's either Amazon or Netflix, where instead of meetings, they say, before we schedule a meeting, you have to do like a memo. It's like up to a 6-page memo on whatever it is. And then they schedule the meeting, which I love.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's actually a number of tech companies that have done something similar where they send out the memo and you're expected to have read it before you come. So they don't have to just sit there and waste everybody's time. You know, at NPR, National Public Radio, a lot of times we'll hold our meetings standing up because people are much less likely to talk on and on and on and on if they're standing up and they want to sit down.
Makes sense.
So put some thought into it. And one of the things that I say now after the pandemic is stop defaulting to Zoom. Like, let's learn from our mistakes.
Yes.
We have overused Zoom. It is intellectually and cognitively, neurologically exhausting. This is not a feeling that people are having. This is measurable and trackable. And so stop defaulting to Zoom.
Yeah.
And these are the kind of things that I just want people to put some thought into them and do things intentionally. And because that's the right way to do them, not because that's the way that they've been done.
Yeah. I completely appreciate that. And there's so many more things. I only have a few minutes left with you, but there's so many more things I want to talk to you about burnout and how do you recognize the coming signs of it as a leader in your team? How do you recognize it in yourself? Because so many of us are, I have a partner who she's a productivity coach and she works with people who are on the road to burnout and she's trying to stop them from ever getting there. I just feel like there's so much we could talk about there, but I only have you for a couple minutes left before I have to jump to my next guest. So I'm going to ask you the last question that I ask every guest that I've had today, which is, I came up with this book, The Lovable Leader, and I'm really proud of it. You've written a couple books, you know the feeling.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You know the feeling. It's amazing.
It is.
And when I first came up with the title, it was the very first thing I thought of, even before the outline. I just thought it resonated, and it made me think of different people from my past, and just the term really clicked for me. So I'm wondering, when I say lovable leader for you, is there anyone from your past or present that kind of feels like they fit that description? And is there any reason why you said them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my news director in Detroit was a guy named Jerome Vaughn, who I still love. And we still have a relationship going on this back. And the thing about Jerome was he was absolutely uniquely supportive. And by that, I mean that he saw me and saw what I was good at and my strengths and weaknesses. And he celebrated those unique strengths that I had. And it let me know that he was actually paying attention. He didn't give me blanket compliments, great work, or whatever blanket vague compliments people give. He gave very specific. He was tough on me, so I knew I was growing. He challenged me, but at the same time, he celebrated with me when I did something really well. So he was walking right alongside me. He wasn't trying to manage me. He was coaching me, and it made all the difference in the world.
That's amazing. That's such a good story. Celeste, thank you so much for accepting my outreach and for coming on. It's really been an honor to talk with you. I'm such a fan of your work, everything I've seen so far. Believe that I will have a copy of all of your other books that you've put out, and I will continue to be cheering you on and supporting what you're doing out in the world. I really do appreciate it.
I appreciate it, and congratulations.
Thank you so
Exciting day
much.
for you.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thank you so much for coming on. I'll see you again in the future.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. That was Celeste Headley, and that was amazing for me to get to talk with her. She is such a rock star, and she's so cool, and she's so smart, and I just love the way that she talks. And it's just great. Read Do Nothing. It's a wake up call if you're a workaholic like me, and if you find yourself constantly finding yourself close to burnout, it's a really good book to kind of set you straight. So my final guest of the day is a very dear, close friend of mine, Dr. George James. If you have been following Shareable, my podcast, you will know that George has been a guest of mine. You will always see us like total bromance out every time we see each other because we are mutually big fans of one another. And I brought him on for the final session today to talk about a really important concept that I think doesn't get nearly enough traction and enough it's not discussed enough in leadership circles and in leadership books. I think this is something that I don't know if I've almost ever seen it in a leadership book, honestly, which is why I wanted to include it. And that's the conversation around self-care. So I'm going to bring George in right now, and we're going to talk about this. Dr. George James, my man, it is so good to see you. Oh, wait, you're muted. You're muted.
Of course I'm muted. I'm so hyped up. I'm excited. Let's go. Hey, Jeff. I'm so excited to be here with you, man.
Dr. George James, man. It is so great to see you. How's Leapcast been going?
Oh, Leapcast has been going extremely well. Thank you for all of your guidance and input that you've given me to just prepare and to be ready for it. I love having conversations with people, interviewing my guests. But like any great thing, there's been some obstacles. I had some production issues. And along the way, you're going to have some challenges. But you know what's been great is because of the things that we talked about, I had such a long runway of guests that I didn't even feel the full impact of having production issues. So I'm grateful that I've been able to be connected with people, to talk with people, and really to inspire other people. Like that's to me the blessing of doing the podcast is that people will listen to an episode and say, "Oh man, yo, that just really impacted me," or that inspired me. And I'm like, that's the whole goal.
That's the whole thing, man. I'm so happy for you. You got the podcast going on. For anybody listening, if you haven't heard George's podcast, it's called Leapcast. It's on iTunes and wherever you get your podcasts. I was actually a guest on Leapcast. I'm very proud of that.
Yes, it's coming up.
It's coming up. So it's a deep dive into leaders, entertainers, athletes, and performers. Specifically talking about, mental wellness and is that the term you're using, mental wellness?
Yeah, I use mental wellness. I figured, it covers mental health, it covers wellness, it covers a whole bunch of different things. And what I've loved is how people then define it and then shape that, and then I've used other terms. So yeah, that mental wellness is what I've been using.
I love it, man. So you're talking to the exact group of people I feel like, and going through a lot of what they're going through that I'm trying to address in the book, which is that being a leader is a challenging role. It's a thing where you have to sometimes take on other people's burdens. You have to take on your own burden. Taking on other people's burden is your burden at times. There's motivation, there's performance, there's imposter syndrome. There's wondering whether or not you know enough to be able to show up in that conversation, whether you have the skills to lead people, whether or not you handled that conversation right, or if it's going to take down your company. There's like so much that happens in your head as a leader on a daily basis of having to step up and take that lead, that it's a tremendous amount of pressure. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about self-care and leaders and why that's an important thing to think about, because we don't really talk about that in leadership. We talk about performance. We talk about how to get the most out of your people. We talked about conflict resolution. All the things that we talked about prior to our conversation just now were all the things you typically think about as leaders: goal setting, strategy, management, conflict resolution. Okay. But what happened to the leader at the end of all that? How do we look at ourselves in the mirror and say, was I the person that I wanted to be today? So talk to me about some of the things that you've seen that the leaders you've gotten the chance to talk to. What are some of the common things that leaders come to you and say, this is something that I've struggled with?
Jeff, I'm so happy that you included this in the book, included this in this day, and having the opportunity to really talk about it is just really amazing for a few reasons. We're almost 2 years into the pandemic, from the shutdown in the US with the pandemic. And I would say probably the biggest thing that I've been talking about in this 2 years has been self-care. How do we deal with our own anxiety? How do we deal with the unknown? How do we deal with stress at work? How do we deal with racial injustice? All those things have been really linked into how do we take care of ourselves. And when I've been consulting, whether it be a media company, whether it be a top a Fortune 50 company, whether it be a school or an individual or a student at college, it's been around self-care. How do we take care of us so that we can weather the storm, deal with the obstacles, be there for our family, our loved ones, our coworkers, the people that we work with, and the people that we work for? It all comes down to self-care. And when I think about in particular what I've loved doing with this podcast or talking to leaders, entertainers, athletes, and performers, I've seen how important and essential it is for leaders, entertainers, athletes, and performers to really think about self-care, and not only think about it, embody it and embrace it and go after it. Because for some reason it's been countercultural to actually dig into self-care, and it's just been amazing trying to help people to do that a little bit more in their fields and what they're trying to aspire to.
It's remarkable how it's been flagged as some sort of a weakness to pay attention to your own mental health and well-being. And we've talked about this a bit, but we've seen Naomi Osaka, we've seen Simone Biles, we've seen a number of athletes make very public gestures and statements about wanting to tend to their own mental health amidst the pressure. And we see all the jeers from the sidelines of people who could not even do one
Not even
1/100th
close.
of what Simone Biles can do in
Right.
any facet, chiming in with their opinions about being able to handle the pressure or take the pressure. So I think that speaks to a stigma that's out there. How, you deal with this, and you have a variety of different facets of your career. You're a therapist, you're a public speaker, you're a consultant, you're a podcast host. So you have all of these different methods by which you're able to interact with people in different ways. Give me the pulse of things. Do you see that the culture is shifting slowly? Is it shifting rapidly right now? Like, are we at a stage where we're going to see things begin to rapidly change around this, where the stigma might be dropped and we can have a more open conversation about this? Or do you still feel like we have a tremendous amount to go?
Yeah, I mean, I do think we have a tremendous amount to go, but I feel like it's been progressing. Like, I've been doing this work as a therapist for the past 18 and a half, almost 19 years. And when I think about how many people would come into therapy, when I think about the people who say, like, I don't do therapy, those types of people, right? When I first started, they're in therapy now, right? And so I think that it's been progressing over time. And in the past maybe almost 2 years with the pandemic, racial injustice, and economic struggles, I think it has gone up like a real significant amount. And so I'm hoping that people will push through that even more. And when I think about self-care, especially like what I've been doing and the people I've been working with, just preparing for today, I remember hearing something about particular LeBron James and what he does for his own body, right? To be a peak performer, to be one of the greatest, to be a top athlete, he spends $1.5 million on his body a year, right? That includes nutritionists, chefs, exercise, diet, like all of that combined. And I would hope, right, maybe included in that is some coaching for his mental, for his emotional well-being, for his mental wellness. Because to be at the top of the game, my belief, and I think your belief, is that if you don't take care of yourself, if you don't invest in yourself and your self-care, it all fails. It falls apart at some point. And sometimes it falls apart when you don't want it to, when you are in the midst of trying to succeed and be great, and all of a sudden your body, your mind, your emotions falls apart, which is why self-care is so important.
You brought up a couple times now, like just the variety of different factors, the pandemic, racial injustice, and some of the things that we've seen just in recent years that have been very high profile. And I wanted to ask you what you thought the specific aspects of self-care that reveals or has revealed recently. That, there's the issue of the pandemic, which affects virtually everybody, but some groups more than others. And then you see the very high profile racial injustice cases, police violence, things like that. There are people that are in leadership roles that I think are often feel like they have to put those sorts of things to the side because they're at work.
Hmm.
I was wondering if you could talk about the impact of what that does to someone and how you might suggest we rectify the culture so that maybe we don't run into that.
Yeah, I'll share a couple things, including a personal story. I think that what happens is that we don't really put that stuff to the side. As a therapist, like I talk to my clients all the time, and it's there. It's on their mind. It's in their bodies. It's in what they eat, or it's in how they treat their family or children or loved ones. It shows up. And even shows up at work and how we treat our colleagues or those that we might have to manage, which is also why I love your book, because it's really saying that we need to think about that because it shows up in our everyday life and way of being. And some of the companies that I've had to consult with, they've shared openly, the workers there, of how they're struggling. And I remember one conversation I had where one lady was like, especially when everything was virtual, she found herself going from early in the morning to late at night, barely having a lunch or taking a break, barely getting to the bathroom. And then she said, like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to take a break every so often. And she ended up taking 4 breaks a day. And each time she took a break, she went on a walk, and she would walk for a mile. So she got 4 miles in, which was different than what she started off. And that just talks about how we have to shift it up to get some self-care in so that we can perform at a higher level. The personal story is, I remember when I was finishing up my doctorate program, the last thing you have to do is a clinical internship. Was basically you're working for a year. And I was working at a counseling center at a university. And at the time I was doing that was the same time that the protests, which then turned into riots, happened in Baltimore, really around the case of a young black man who was hurt and then killed in that situation. I think it was Freddie Gray
Freddie
that
Gray, right?
there
Yeah.
during that year. And in the midst of that was also during those 2 years was there was multiple shootings and murders and killings of black men, mostly by police officers, and then so many things were happening during that time. But my job was to show up and be a therapist. But I'm a black man. I'm out there on the streets. There are times where I would see a police officer pull around. Nothing against police officers. I have police officers in my family, love them. But I would feel anxious and nervous just by having somebody behind me. But I still had to deal with all those things and show up and be there for other people. If I don't practice self-care, I can't be effective in my work. If I'm not finding ways to shut it down or to take a break or to talk to my loved ones or to do something for me, I am ineffective. There was too much going on in that world at that time. And it was a client that asked me how I was doing, not my coworkers, not my boss, not those around me, but a client who said, "How are you doing?" And that was so impactful for me to say, a client is thinking about my well-being more than the people I'm working with. That's what I'm talking about. Self-care is how do we think about the people we're around and the things that influence them and impact them in such a negative and difficult way, especially when they build over and over and over and over again. We can easily self-destruct.
These are such good points, and I'm picturing what it would be like for a person on a team who's feeling anxious, that's feeling things based on what's going on in the world, and to have a manager or leader who's not aware of that, who's not checking in, who's not seeing them as a person, but instead seeing them as an employee on the team, a member of my team that's a subordinate, right? And I want them to show up and do work. But if you're not paying attention to the person and what they might be going through and checking in on them and thinking about their own mental health and well-being, how can you expect them to come in and perform at their best? And then at the same time, you as a leader, you go into work and you have things on your mind. How are you not how are you going to compartmentalize that? Now, this is the question I want to ask you about. Is compartmentalization even really a thing? Because you mentioned it. We're talking about these things, talking about putting it off to the side. It's not off to the side. It's right there with us. So do you think that this notion of compartmentalization is even a reality? Should we even continue that narrative?
Yeah, I think that there are some things that we have to say, this is not the time for that,
Mhm.
right? Like I can't go into work crying all day, every day. There might be some days I might feel that, or there might be some moments, or I can't come to work telling like everybody what to do, or come home and telling everybody what to do. Like there are some things that has its own place.
Mhm.
But I think part of this is to really be in tune with yourself, to be aware of what is going on. So when it does build for you, excuse me, when it does build for you, you are aware that, you know what, I need some time. And going back to the climate at work, part of your book when it talks about safety and trust, right? And being thoughtful, the being able to have a boss or someone I can go to and say, I'm having a tough day, or there's other things going on in my life, and the feeling like that won't jeopardize my job is significant for my mental wellness and my overall self-care. Or having colleagues that I can reach out to, because some people show up to their workplace and they don't feel comfortable being open or authentic, or letting it bleed into their work life, because they feel like it could jeopardize the connection or even their job, which then has multiple levels to it: their economics, their future, their career, all of that. That's a lot to feel like I can't be a human being in the place that I work.
I agree. So th- how would you recommend then, if we take that and we acknowledge that it is difficult to fully compartmentalize, and we have to be able to show up as a full human being and be able to have a safe space to have those conversations. If you're thinking about, somebody in a new manager's role, trying to create the space for their team, but also trying to take care of their own mental health and well-being, where do you think self-care starts at the leadership level for the leader? And then how do they allow that to, or how do they make sure that that is something that becomes part of the culture of their team?
Yeah, I really love when companies have, so many companies and organizations have these, mission statements and goals. You can walk through the hallways and you see it. But it's another thing when they embody it, right? When they say that we care about the people who work here, or we value family, or these core things, trust, loyalty, and then you see them follow through. And so that's what I'm looking for in a leader. I'm looking for a leader who is saying to those that he or she might manage, and say, like, this is what we're hoping for and trying for and expecting, but this is what it looks like for me. And taking that time out, giving people the option maybe sometimes to check in, or maybe to have the extra time with their family, or just showing that who they are as a person is important. And so I think that what people believe is that if they do that, they're going to lose productivity. But what it really does, it increases buy-in, and it increases loyalty. It increases that, you know what? If I'm going to go down with the ship, this is the ship I'm going to go down with. If I'm going to work hard, this is the place I want to work hard. And instead of silently looking for more jobs, looking for a different opportunity, or saying I really hate this place, or I hate this person that I'm working with. That is the difference. And I think that's what you articulate so much about in your book, is this thought of, let's lean into creating culture and a climate and an environment that feels safe, feels good, and it's still productive and still hits the bottom line.
Yeah, without sacrificing results, how do we create an environment that's really fantastic for people, that's safe, where there's trust, where there's care, where there's connection, where there's kindness? And imagine if we could do all of that and still have amazing results. And in fact, what if those things actually helped us to get towards better results?
Yeah.
So that's been my philosophy on it. I definitely think that it's a possibility. So let's break down self-care a little bit. Because this is a world that you live in, is the world of mental wellness, and helping people to take the time to indulge in self-care. And that's going to look different for a lot of people, but let's take just an example of a new manager comes in. They've been at the job for, say, 6 months. They're working really hard. They're connecting with their people. They're dealing with some conflicts, maybe some disengaged people. Sometimes they don't feel up to the task. Maybe they have a little bit of miscommunication with their boss. So overall, things are good. They're working, but it's a lot of pressure and it's a lot of stress. What are some of the ways that you would encourage a leader in that role to start thinking about self-care for themselves? How would they go about looking after their own mental wellness?
Yeah, what I've been, like I said, I've been talking about this, and one of the things that I've been sharing actually is first, it, and this comes from just working with people in the office, is that it starts with permission, right? It starts with, I give myself permission to self-care, right? Because we don't realize that there's so many things that we're thinking about: our family, the family we grew up in, and maybe the family you created, our partner, our dog, our neighborhood. We're thinking about all these things, and we'll say, I can't go for a run today, or I can't take a break and just play Monopoly. I have so many other things I need to do. But it starts with saying it's okay, and you can give yourself permission to do that. And then once you start there, it now starts to say, well, what are the things I can do? Now that I give myself permission, the whole world is open. What's up? What's there? And I've been encouraging people, like, one of the things people can look up is a self-care wheel. I love this thing. I've shared it so many oftentimes in my presentations. And the self-care wheel really just goes around all these different ways. It says physical. It gives you a list of things you can do for your physical body in terms of self-care. Psychological, what are those things that I can do that helps me in a psychological way? Emotional, once again, same thing, right? Spiritual, personal, professional. And just to give you, I've shared this, and one of the things someone had said to me on the wheel, it says to flirt. And they said, should I flirt? Really? I should. I was like, yes. Now, if you're in a committed relationship and that's going to go against your relationship, flirt with your partner. But
Yeah.
if you are free and you could flirt with somebody. I'm not saying you got to go out and do anything, but there is energy in flirting and feeling good. There's a thing about just doing some of these things: dance, journal, pray, whatever is your thing, you do it. And there's a way it creates such good, positive, amazing energy that it becomes contagious. Now you're the boss or the leader that I want to be around. You're the one that I want as a mentor. You're the one that I want to learn from, and I'm loyal to you and the organization.
I love that because it made me think how personal self-care actually is. What are the things that actually give you energy and make you feel like you've set aside a time, a thing that you do that's just for you, and that makes you feel good? And immediately I started, kind of mentally running through what are the things that are like that for me. And I started thinking, oh, wow, I really like video games. I really enjoy doing that. It makes me feel good. When I'm done with them, I feel like a sense of like, satisfaction from having done it, accomplishing a goal, whatever it might be. And then I started thinking like, well, some people might say, oh, I like to just sit on my couch and scroll through my phone and look at social media, which immediately made me think, how do we know if the self-care activities we've chosen actually are care versus things that might be used as a coping mechanism, right? So you might say like, I'm going to reward myself by going and getting some bubble tea.
Mm.
Yeah, but maybe you probably shouldn't have that much sugar, that many calories,
Mhm.
and you're using it as a way of not dealing with something. So, self-care is going to look different for every person, but what's a good way to check in with yourself that the way that you're caring for yourself as a leader is something that you are going to find helps you, makes you feel better, and is actually self-care rather than maybe self-medicating or avoiding.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what you mentioned, right? Like, I love video games as well. In particular, like, I would play Madden with my friends, and at a time in my life, I could play 3 games, which is easily 3 hours,
Yeah.
right? And that was fine. Now, if I play 3 games, I feel bad. I feel like I've used up too much time. But if I play 1 game, I feel good, right?
Yeah.
Especially if I win, right? So, like, so
Otherwise, there's 2 games
right,
coming.
right. Yeah, no, we're running this back
We're
all the
running it
way.
back. Yeah.
Right, let's do it. Right. So there's this way of like thinking about, like you mentioned, how you feel after, right? How do you feel about the time? Giving yourself permission to take the time, but maybe not so much time that you feel really bad and now you're in debt of like, I gotta make this time up. Right. The other things that for me, I love to travel. But what I've also realized, I love to plan to travel. I love looking up flights. I love figuring that out. Like, it allows me to escape in a healthy way, and then I come back. So it's to think about, how do you feel after, and even how do you feel during. But that can be tricky because you can always feel good. But after, if you feel bad, if you feel low, if you feel negative, then maybe that is not recharging you in the way that you want. And you could either scale back a bit or maybe try something completely different. And that's why, once again, I love the self-care wheel, because let me find something else. There's like over 100 different things on that list. Find something else. Give yourself permission to try different things, experiment. And then if you have a partner or a family member, sometimes they know when that light kind of goes off for you. They might say, wow, you're really good at this, or you kind of like doing this. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. No, I dig it. So I want to wrap the self-care conversation on I think a question that um, a lot of leaders probably fear they're going to get, which is, before they ask for some time off, before they say, I'm going to go for that walk 4 times a day for a mile, before they do any of that, which in some cases happens once you've reached your breaking point, you say, this is happening, deal with it. But for the more proactive among us who are thinking, how do I build self-care into my routine? A lot of, I think, the fear of doing that is kind of, as you mentioned, a loss of productivity, right? You're thinking to yourself, how am I going to ask my boss for this if I'm behind on my tasks anyway? Or they're going to think, oh, well, you're just standing around, you should be working, or whatever it might be. So there's a real fear for why uh, am I allowed to even ask for this, right? And I think on the one hand, my gut tells me that that's irrelevant. Self-care is important. So we should be able to engage in it one way or another. So on the one hand, I think just from a human side, that's my position on it.
Mhm.
We all deserve to engage in self-care and take care of ourselves. We have one life to live. Look after your health and well-being. But in the conversation inside of a business, sometimes there's well, you know, what's the business case for it essentially?
Mhm.
So you work with the leaders, the entertainers, the athletes, the performers, and you're talking to them about their mental health and their mental well-being and how it impacts on performance. So what have you found in those that actually engage in self-care? How does it impact performance? Is it that they get a lot less done, but they're happier? Is it that they actually perform better and perform at a higher level? What does it look like when leaders actually engage in the self-care?
Yeah, I really love, what you just shared and framed. One, I think that self-care doesn't just have to be during our work hours, right? Like if we just said we're only going to self-care when we're working, then
Yeah.
we're also missing it. So there's a personal responsibility of, is there a way that I can do it at home or before work, or as well as during the work hours or during the times when I'm at work? But what I've seen with, the folks that are high achievers, people who are just doing amazing things, is that they are talented, they're skilled, and they find a way how to balance this skill and ability with also tapping into the anxiety of, will I perform? And the anxiety of the moment, the big lights. And in that moment, they find a way how to lean into that anxiety and to perform. But the challenge though is, somewhere or another, they also have other things that they're doing that might not be healthy for them. For some people, that might be they're drinking too much, or maybe they're using substances, or maybe they're just negative to the people around them. That's the part where self-care comes in, because when their self-care is there, they're not maybe as destructive. Because what I've seen is that sooner or later, the one drink turns into 5 drinks, turns into 10 drinks. The negative behavior, the hostile behavior, the hurtful behavior escalates. And that's where self-care is needed. But so many times we either give people a pass or we say it's okay. But if they were doing self-care, they might not need that as much or indulge in that as much, and can still perform at a high level.
I take it. George, thank you so much for coming on and joining me on my book launch day. I want to ask you the final question that I've been asking every guest today, which is about lovable leaders. And I think I have a gut feeling of who you're going to say
You
here.
already know.
I already know, but I still love hearing it. So when I say lovable leader, in your mind, who from your past or present really comes to mind? And why would you put that label on them?
Yeah, the reason why Jeff already knows is that the organization that I've been a part of for the past 18 and a half years is Council for Relationships, and the person is Dr. Steve Treat. And Jeff has been an amazing connection and member of that Council for Relationship community. And I say that because when I first graduated and looking for a job, I honestly was looking for someone that looked like me to be a mentor, a Black man in particular. It was hard to find, and there was lots of other obstacles. And so I wouldn't think in my mind at that time that my mentor would be a white man who was at least maybe 20, 30 years or more older than me. And he was the CEO at the time. The guy was busy doing a lot. And when you talk about lovable leaders, that in my mind, he had no business making time for me. He had no business saying, if you need help, just let me know. Now, he was clear. He had boundaries of like, look, if you want it, you got to come to me, which is very clear. And I'm okay. I'll come to him. I'll reach out to him. But over 18 and a half years, I've been able to have conversations with him. I've been able to talk about personal as well as professional, as well as the in between of that. He's been able to challenge me and encourage me. He's opened up opportunities, whether it be media, whether it be consultant, whether it be larger than I could ever imagine. The biggest check I've ever received was because of his opportunity that he opened up for me. So I think about that is love, that is trusting, that is creating an environment, creating safety, and allowing room. And I respect him, I love him, I care about him, and I know it's mutual. And I've been able to then return the favor at times to members of his own family. So the lovable leader, it's a give and take. You give and you receive it back. So that's definitely somebody I would think about that has been that for me.
That's amazing. And I knew you were going to say him for a lot of reasons, but also I know you have a relationship with him. I've actually never met Steve.
Oh, you're
But
missing out.
I just from what I have heard from everyone, it's clear that that's who he is.
Yeah.
The care is present. The trust is present. The ability to create safety and to think big, ambitious things. It's all there. So, I hope one day I'll get to meet him. You know him,
Oh,
right? Let's make that
yeah, I
happen.
know. We're gonna work that out. Well,
We'll
now
make
that
that
I know,
happen.
we'll figure that out.
We'll make that happen. Well, George, thank you so much for coming and closing out the day one of my launch event and for being here, being in my corner, supporting me, championing for me, you know, just being somebody I could bounce ideas off of. I love you. I appreciate you on my network. I appreciate you being a person for me and for coming here on this very important day for me.
Jeff, the feeling is mutual. I love you too, and I support you 1,000%. You've given such value to me, and I love the opportunity to do that in return. I love you, this book, and what you're doing, and the impact on the world and leaders all across. So I'm excited of what is happening now and yet to come. So the fact that I'm here is awesome, and I'm humbled and honored. So thank you for this opportunity.
Amazing. Thank you so much for coming. We will talk soon. I'll see you
Cool.
soon. All right.
All right, have a good one.
We have had a full day of incredible guests. If you missed any of it, it is all going to be on YouTube. You can catch it on Facebook. You can catch it on Twitter. You can catch it on LinkedIn. I live streamed it absolutely everywhere so that everybody could see it wherever you are. I'm also going to be taking all of the recordings of this, taking all of the individual guests, cutting up the videos into their own unique sections, uploading them to YouTube so you can watch them after the fact. If you missed any, don't worry about it. They will be available. You can also go back in these live streams and watch stuff. I encourage watching everyone. Every single guest today was pure, unadulterated fire. It was amazing to have these people join me to support this book launch. I am humbled. I am honored by the people that came out to be part of this. So to everyone who joined me, thank you. Thank you to every single guest who came. For every viewer that sat around and watched us and listened to us, thank you. And I got to give a few more shout outs. I got to give a shout out to my publisher, Page 2, who has been absolutely incredible to work with. They helped make this book a reality. They took my vision for what I wanted the cover to look like, even though it was in my head and I have zero design talent. They helped make this happen. They translated my idea into reality. I got to thank so many of the authors who came before me, who talked about leadership and who paved the way for me to write this book. I got to thank all of the people who are out there supporting me in my corner vocally and those who are doing it silently, those who are picking up the book and those who have yet to do it but are thinking about doing it right now. And probably most of all, more than anybody else in my entire life, I'd like to thank both my parents and my wife, who are always in my corner, always inspiring me, are the reason why I do the things the way that I do. And I just cannot thank them enough for just being here for me when I succeed and when I fail. They have been there for me the whole way, and that makes them lovable leaders. And I hope you choose to be a lovable leader. I hope you pick up the book. I hope you like it. If you know a new manager in your life, pick them up a copy, send it to them. If you want a signed copy, reach out to me. I got you. No big deal. I've got a marker. I've got copies of the book. It's all good. Thank you so much for attending. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And from 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, we are going to be covering the 8 commitments of the team. And just like today, the guest lineup tomorrow, absolute fire. So I hope you tune in. Thank you so much for being here. Love y'all.